yourself. Open your for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Mic check. I can't hear me. My people. My people. Talk to me. Talk to me. OT, can you hear me? Good. Outstanding. All right. Look, folks, it's my privilege and pleasure to be here with you. And I'm looking forward to an outstanding show. I'm expecting engagement with the chat and also on the telephone. We'll turn on. We'll open the line in a few. I shouldn't say a few because we have quite a few things before we actually get to the telephone line. But one of the things I want to ask you to do for me is this: think about this question, because we're going to ask it later on, and the question is, why would you sell your vote? It's not saying that you're going to. It's just asking if you would, why would you? That's going to be the topic when we open up the phone line. Just to ask, why would you? Because we're hearing rumors about people preparing to sell their votes, and we're just curious as to why would someone do that. And we just want to hear from people. And even if you wouldn't, we just want to hear if you can come up, if we can have a discussion about why would somebody even think about selling their votes. And the reason why I'm interested in this is because I don't know what would cause somebody to do that, but I'm not about to make a judgment on somebody who's going to do that. So I'd like to hear from them, and then we can have a reasoning, and talk about the thing. Don't tell me some people start call already. All right, hold on. Okay. Yvette G, Mr. Rattigan, did you get the document that I sent to Jeffrey Tavares? Did you get the document that I sent to him? Yvette, I'll have to ask him, because Mr. Jeffrey Tavares sends me a whole bunch of documents on a daily basis. I'll have to go back and ask him, but I certainly will. All right, OT. I could start up here now. Big up everybody in the chat. Beverly, enough respect to you. Happy Wednesday. And by the way, people, today is a special day in our history. We're going to do a little tribute to that. We're going to play some speeches. And we're going to play some other speeches that will make you think about where we are as a country, as a people. Stay tuned for that. Elaine, big up yourself. Good evening. Yes, we'll keep the fire burning. JM Master Songwriter. Miss B, big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself. Miss B, ACLB, blessings, blessings, blessings. Yes, 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 yes. Let me see if I'm, hold on, let me see if I'm me alone there. Yeah, I think Jeffrey Tavares. I mispronounced the money. I can't Tavares. D, early bunks, morning, up. We, Sonia, big up yourself, Sonia. Jeffrey, Come on, Professor. All right, Jeffrey. All right, all right. I'll take it. Thank you. But we just mark you present. And we know you're waiting, so we'll soon get into it. Daglish, bless up yourself, Daglish. Patel, always a pleasure to see you in the house. Joey Blogze, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. Laura said, as a Jamaican, this program has really opened my eyes to how blessed we are for having great and wise who speak truth to power. Thank you so much, Laura. Thank you. Hey, Labs coach himself in the house, people. Norman Montague. Blessings, Nami. Real black woman. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Lily of the Valley. Greetings and salutations to you as well, Lily. Carol. Happy Independence Day to all of us. We're going to do a little tribute to that, Carol. Thanks. Cecile. Good evening and happy Independence Day to you as well. Marva, good evening. Happy Independence Day to you. Yvonne, big up yourself. Good evening, Yvonne. Karen, big up yourself. Karen, yell up D for me. Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. Big up yourself. Bree. Keep it going. Sweeney, thank you. Always. Thank you. Carly Banks, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. Yvette, blessings. Hey, Jeffrey, soon come on, Yvette, so I can ask him if he send me the document, and I'll certainly take a look at it. Megawatt, people, the place. Brooklyn CF. Megawatt is alive and kicking and is here. Mega, big up yourself, sir. Mark, January 9th. Yes, indeed. Aldrian Watson, happy Independence Day to you as well. Miss Rita, stay so. Blessed evening to you as well. It's a miserable 63. Go back to thing then. Go back to Miss Rita there. Yeah. Happy and miserable 63 independence to every Jamaican and come reason. Thank you, Miss Rita. Big up yourself. Roger. Happy Independence Day to you and thanks for being here. Kinsley, good evening to you, sir. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Aldrine, happy Wednesday. Oh, shall I send that to Elaine? Okay, all right. Alkebulan, Toronto in the building. Big up Toronto. Rowan, yes, sir. Thank you for joining us. Big up yourself, Rowan. Ron, we need to talk about your things too, because your things are kick up dust in Jamaica. People have headache when the court ruled in your favor the other day. So we have to talk about that. Lisa 6, good evening. Take care. Gwyneth, good night. Hope all is well. Tampo, up. Norman Walker, thank you, sir. Big up to you. Dan Fox. Brooklyn at the house. Mega. So Dan Fox on the place then. Joan Allen, bless up, Joan. Nerine there, front seat. Nerine have our paper and our pen and our pencil and our erase and everything. Nerine ready. RJ, seat there. See him so. Antonia Goff. Hey, blessings, sir. Thank you for the support. Keep it coming, and we'll keep it real for sure. Don, big up yourself, Don. Good evening. Is that it, OT? Normally say that's it. Oh, you never put it up yet. You never put up this. You're supposed to put up this. That's it. Okay. All right. People, listen. We have a wonderful program schedule for you. Call your friends and your family members anyway. Tell them don't want to miss this one here, right? Actually, they don't want to miss any other programs because our goal is to have all of you walk away saying, I've learned something, even one thing. That's our goal, to have you walk away saying, I learned something on the program. And when I hear that, fills my heart, and and it gives me inspiration to try even harder. And what that means is that let's sleep because I'm thinking, what can I do to come up with something that I can share with our people, something of significance, something that they don't know. And that's why we try as hard as we do around here, because there's so much. John Scott, who's that? Big up yourself, John. Thanks for being here. Lisa 6, so she can watch it live on our TV. Okay, Lisa. Noreen, big up yourself. Merle, big up yourself. Oh, you're on the road. All right. Don't rush. We want you to get home safe and sound. All right. So again, folks, if you tune in, we just this is a program that's open. It's a community program. So we're looking to you as well for guidance and for education, because we don't have a monopoly on ideas around here. We just don't. We know a lot, but we don't know everything. And you, our family members out there in the audience, you too, you know a lot, but you don't know everything. And so the purpose is that we can come and reason together and share information and walk away knowing that we have been fulfilled in our mission to learn something each time we meet. Every time we meet, we must learn something. So today, we're going to celebrate our, I'm a brethren Tigwa watch, that's a so-called independence, because I don't know what kind of independence it is if we have somebody representing our head of state who does not live in Jamaica. I don't know how independent you can be. But it is what it is. And traditionally, we have celebrated today as Independence Day, for whatever the word means to you. It's a holiday. And so we're going to talk about, not about independence today. Maybe we should talk about dependence, because that's who we are. We're dependent on a lot of nations for our survival. We're not independent. And when I say that, somebody might say, well, all nations, they relate to each other, they get along with each other, and they need each other to survive. But the word independence has a certain connotation to it. And I know that we can't survive in this world by ourselves, but you don't have to depend on somebody for your independence. It's not making sense to me. It's not making sense. I understand it, but I also understand the confusion behind it. And that's where that therein lies the not making sense for me. But today we're also going to talk about a country, 2 countries. I've been to both of them. Singapore is one, beautiful place, beautiful people. And the other one is Botswana, beautiful place, beautiful people. And we're going to try and make a connection to Jamaica. And trust me, you will see. You will see. But before we start, or I should say, let's start with this. And by the way, every program we do now going forward, we will start with this.
As children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learn about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people, a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. If you are like me, a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for our beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful people. Beautiful. Get used to seeing that video because we're going to be playing it frequently. All right. Now, let's play this speech. Tell me what you think.
My fellow Jamaicans at home and across the diaspora, I greet you warmly. As we mark the 63rd anniversary of our independence, we pause to give thanks to Almighty God for His continued guidance, for the journey we have traveled, and for the resilience, creativity, and determination that define us as a people. On August 6, 1962, Jamaica took its rightful place among the sovereign nations of the world. That moment signified the end of colonial rule, but more importantly, it marked the beginning of a new journey, one in which we, the people of Jamaica, assumed full responsibility for shaping our destiny. Yet today, we must ask ourselves, what does it mean to be truly independent? Independence is more than a historic date or a change in political status. It is the daily work of building a nation that is strong, that is self-reliant, and united in purpose. It means owning our own development, economically, socially, culturally, and intellectually. It means standing tall in the world, not only proud of our heritage, but confident in our future. Over the past 6 decades, Jamaica has made a powerful impact on the global stage, from the dominance of our athletes to the genius of our musicians, scientists, educators, and innovators. Our vibrant culture, language, and cuisine have touched lives far beyond our shores. And our sons and daughters in the diaspora continue to raise Jamaica's flag high through service, leadership, and advocacy. This year's theme, Be Proud, Be Bold in the Black, Green, and Gold, calls on us to embrace the values symbolized by our flag, the strength of our people, the richness of our land, and the promise of hope. True independence also means economic strength, managing our resources wisely, reducing reliance on foreign debt, and creating opportunities for all. It means investing in an education system that nurtures critical thinking, innovation, and national pride. It means fostering social unity, protecting human dignity, and ensuring equal access to justice, healthcare, and opportunity. As we celebrate, let us not forget those who still wait to feel the full promise of independence. Those who seek inclusion, protection, and a fair chance at a better life. Let us go forward together with courage and conviction, and with care. Let us continue to build a Jamaica that reflects the dreams of our ancestors and the aspirations of every citizen. Happy Independence, Jamaica. May God bless you, and may God bless the land we love.
Sorry about that. Yeah. What I find interesting is that he used words like our, ourselves, us. And he used them in his capacity as Governor General. In his capacity as Governor General, he doesn't represent us. He represents the monarchy. He represents the King of Jamaica, King Charles III. So I don't know where he's coming from. And he says, true independence refers to building a nation that is self-reliant, that's strong, that has a sense of purpose, that has economic vigor. And he talked about education, human rights. If he's so concerned about these things, why doesn't he speak about them during the course of the year, as opposed to just today and when he gives a throne speech? And he must remember that when he talks about human rights, he is also responsible for the violation of human rights in Jamaica by signing off on the unconstitutional states of emergency. The man has no shame. The man is a hypocrite. And the man is a symbol of dependence. He's a symbol, he's a living symbol, conveying the message that we are not independent. You cannot be independent and have your head of state be somebody else, living somewhere, having a representative in your country that you have to take care of, pays no taxes, doesn't answer to the Integrity Commission, doesn't answer to the taxman, and collects an enormous sum of money from the taxpayers. And you dare not cross the fence line to pick ackee, mango, whatever it is, because you are going to jail. You are going to jail. Yes, Gigi, you're correct. He's a leech. And Jillian, you're also correct. He's a symbol of oppression and suppression. And he continues to live a lavish lifestyle at the expense of our taxpayers. I don't know why he's there talking this nonsense. Years ago, decades ago, yes, but there's a spirit of awakening in Jamaica. And we should be crying out for his removal. Instead of putting him, the Prime Minister told the Prince and the Princess in front of the world that we are moving on from the monarchy. If he truly meant it, he should have said to the Governor General, we don't need you to give these speeches. We don't need you to give these speeches. Well, that's that. Here's the second speech. And bear with me. This speech is quite long, so I will cut it short, and then I'll move on to the next speaker. And I will also cut that speech short. But here we go.
This is the land of my birth. I say this is the land of my birth. I say this is Jamaica, my Jamaica, the land of my birth.
My fellow Jamaicans, 63 years ago, our island home, Jamaica, dared to be bold. On August 6, 1962, Jamaica raised its flag for the first time and declared to the world that we would chart our own course and write our own history. Our journey began long before that. For centuries, Jamaica had been shackled by slavery and under colonial domination, stripping our people of their freedom, language, and culture. Yet our people held on to their dignity, their resistance, and their dream of liberation. From the Maroons who waged guerrilla war against the British forces, to the uprisings led by courageous figures like Taki and Sam Sharp and Paul Bogle, the spirit of freedom and independence burned in our hearts long before it was recognized by law. Jamaica's independence, therefore, was not given, it was earned. It was carved out of struggle, sacrifice, and the unrelenting belief that Jamaicans would one day govern ourselves and define our own destiny. It is this legacy of courage and resilience that we honor with national pride each year on August 6th. Jamaicans are an extraordinary people whose resilience, creativity, and self-belief have left an indelible mark on the world. Ours is the unbreakable spirit of a people determined to build a future on a foundation of freedom, justice, and unity. These foundational values of our nation must be nurtured and supported by progressive policies that uplift our people and strengthen our economy so that we achieve our destiny of greatness. We cannot accept a stagnant economy in which national productivity has fallen by over 20% since 2007, where the annual rate of economic growth trudges along at a mere 1%, where foreign direct investment is today less than 1/3 of where it was in 2016, where the unemployment statistics hide the reality of low-wage jobs while our people struggle to survive the high cost of living, and where the poverty statistics hide the suffering of 55% of our people who are enduring moderate to severe food insecurity. We cannot accept an education system that delivers such poor outcomes for our students, with over 30% leaving primary school without basic literacy and numeracy skills, and less than 20% leaving secondary school with 5 subjects, including English and maths. We cannot accept a health system that is delivering worse rates of infant and maternal deaths in Jamaica than was achieved 30 years ago, and where the daily lived experience of our people in public hospitals is substandard and demeaning. We cannot accept a shoddy, dilapidated road network which has suffered from years without proper maintenance, and an inadequate system of water storage and distribution, leaving so many of our communities without piped water in their homes. We cannot accept an inefficient system of delivery of public services with a bureaucracy which makes doing business in Jamaica so slow, frustrating, and costly, and provides impetus for corrupt practices. We cannot accept the undermining of critical institutions of transparent and accountable governance, such as the Integrity Commission, the Financial Investigations Division, and the Office of the Political Ombudsman. Nor can we accept the alarming creep towards more autocratic tendencies that undermine the foundational principles on which our democracy has been built. We cannot accept a Jamaica which has the highest level of brain drain in the Western Hemisphere as our people seek to move overseas to build their future, because what is happening here at home cannot meet their daily needs and cannot carry them forward to fulfill their dreams. The promise and hope of our independence are in danger of being lost if we fail to move the country forward out of the quagmire of these challenges that make daily life so hard for so many of our people. We have the capacity to turn this around and to overcome our adversities and build a strong economy that delivers opportunities for advancement for all our people. However, to solve these deep and pressing problems will require honest and diligent leadership that is caring and inclusive, and which steadfastly upholds integrity in public life. Jamaica needs leaders who tell the people the truth, rather than empty promises which never see the light of day. Jamaica needs policies and programs that tackle these fundamental weaknesses that are holding our people back, and that will unleash the great potential that we have to achieve a quality of life for all our people, that will create a more balanced and caring society in which all Jamaicans feel valued and have an ownership stake. So as we celebrate the 63rd anniversary of our independence, we are approaching a crossroads in history, an opportunity to embrace a positive and progressive future for the Jamaican people. The time of choice is nigh, and it is a choice which will chart the course of our nation for the years to come. In the spirit of our independence, I pray that our people will honor the struggle of our forefathers that brought us this right of choice, so that when time comes, we exercise our right of democratic choice to ensure a better life for our people and a better Jamaica for all. On this Independence Day, let us move forward with unity, courage, and conviction, building a Jamaica that honors our past, rises to meet the present, and boldly claims our future. Happy Independence Day, Jamaica. May God bless you, and may God bless our beautiful nation.
Here. Now, here is the one that had a little problem.
Today, we mark 63 years since our beloved country declared our independence to the world, raised our glorious black, green, and gold flag for the first time, and declared that this land, our land, would be home to a nation of free people, charting our own destiny with pride and purpose. Our forebears rejected the notion that the affairs of Jamaicans must be dictated by others. They chose instead the harder path, to stand on our own, to chart our own future, and to build a society grounded in our own image and aspirations. In that spirit, the theme of this year's independence celebration, Be Proud, Be Bold, in the black, green, and gold, calls us to boldly commemorate our freedom and proudly recommit ourselves to the values that must shape our future. Let us be proud of our progress in macroeconomic stability, record employment, resilient growth, reduction in crime, reduction in poverty, and increased national confidence. But let us also be bold in confronting what still holds us back: indiscipline, social inequities, and low productivity. There is more work to be done to build a Jamaica that lives up to the promise of 1962. At 63 years young, Jamaica is still writing its story. We have come far, but our best chapters lie ahead. Independence is not a gift. It's a responsibility, a daily discipline. The strength of a nation lies not only in the capabilities of its government, but also in its people to work, build, and yes, to sacrifice for the future of their families and communities. The role of government in all of this is to create the conditions where the sacrifice of the people is not in vain. Their efforts are rewarded, and there is hope for a bright and prosperous future. That is why we continue to pursue policies that expand opportunities, promote ownership, and reward productivity. We are building a Jamaica where law-abiding citizens have the freedom to work and play without fear, and the freedom to elevate through education, enterprise, and effort. It is with that responsibility in mind that we have intensified our efforts to restore order to communities long held hostage by criminal gangs. Make no mistake, there can be no prosperity without peace, and no peace without law and order. We must never allow our independence to be undermined by lawlessness. The rule of law must be respected, upheld, and defended without apology. We're also renewing our institutions. The work we are doing to improve the public bureaucracy, for example, is geared towards making the state more efficient, accountable, and citizen-centered. Now, I know every Jamaican values their independence, and that is why we are committed to creating and maintaining the conditions that will protect and expand your independence. It is why we have been committed to eliminating absolute poverty in Jamaica. It is why we have been committed to cutting murders to below the regional average. It is why we are building more homes so that more Jamaicans, even those who might have never even thought that they would be able to afford it, can realize home ownership. It is why we are expanding our transportation system through the JUTC, reaching more parts of Jamaica and creating a dedicated rural school bus system for our children. It is why we are investing in our local road infrastructure through the Spark program and in highways to carry us into the modern future we all want. It is why we are expanding our water infrastructure for your homes and your fields. It is why we are spending more on training our young people and sending them to heart and offering the solidarity grant. That is why we gave the reverse tax credit, kept taxes stable, reduced the national debt burden, and controlled inflation so that you can better realize your economic independence. We know progress is not always a measure of how rich you are. Mental and physical well-being is also important. And that is why we are making the largest investments in public health care, for example, in the Cornwall Regional Hospital, the Western Children and Adolescent Hospital, the Spanish Town Hospital, and several other health centers across Jamaica to improve infrastructure, access, service times, and quality care. We know as well that progress is not automatic. It requires the deliberate participation of everyone. The heartbeat and soul of Jamaica is not only in the Parliament or in Jamaica House. It is in every home, every church, business, schools, corners, and communities across the island. We must not become a nation of spectators, wandering through our windows and complaining from our verandas about the challenges of living in our country, while shying away from being active and instrumental contributors to our collective future. Independence means we have the agency, but more so, the duty to choose our path to the future we want and not to leave it up to others to choose for us. This Independence Day, I challenge every Jamaican to choose the Jamaica you want, the future you would like to see. Be active in your contribution to building it and be strong in taking responsibility for your corner of it. Be bold enough to reject criminality in your communities. Be bold enough to start a business, learn a trade, and invest in your future. Be bold enough to reach out and grasp the opportunities before you. And to our young people, be disciplined and diligent in your education and training. Your economy needs your skills and talents now than ever before. To our diaspora, you remain a vital part of our national family. Your advocacy across the globe is invaluable, and your achievements help strengthen our brand in the world. Continue to represent us well, and know that you will always have a place right here, home. As we reflect on 63 years of independence, let us remember independence is a living responsibility. It must be defended, renewed, and deepened with every generation. Let us recommit ourselves to a culture of excellence, responsibility, and national pride that defined the generation that gave us independence. So let us walk forward together with our heads held high, proud of who we are, bold in what we will become, and united in the sacred duty to build a Jamaica that is safe, strong, and sovereign for generations to come. Happy Independence Day, Jamaica. May Almighty God continue to bless and guide us now and forever. I say, this is the...
All right. Hoti, can you move those two speeches for me, please? You heard from the Governor General, and it's pure nonsense. And then you heard from the leader of the opposition. And finally, you heard from the Prime Minister. The last two speeches, they were diametrically opposed. The leader of the opposition speech was focused on saying that we're not doing well. And with each passing day, it's getting worse. And it's not in keeping, it's not in step with what our ancestors did for themselves and for us. And then you heard from the Prime Minister, and he painted a rosy picture. And he said, we're doing well, and it's getting better. Well, Jamaica, that day is coming soon when you will have to make your decision as to who's right. I can tell you that based on what I'm hearing from my family and my friends, Jamaica is getting worse by the day. But I'm not saying that to convince you. I'm just saying that's what I'm personally hearing from the people I'm in touch with. You can touch base with them if you live overseas to get a good picture of what's going on. And if you live in Jamaica, you don't need us to tell you what's going on. You know. You know. I've been doing this now for just a few years. And the amazing thing is that sometimes it feels as if I've been doing this for decades. And that's because I've put my heart and my soul and my time, effort, everything into this. It's almost as if I had to be a quick study. I'm making headway. I'm not there yet. I'm making headway. But thanks to you, thanks to some of the people I've surrounded myself with, and I should say thanks to all the people I've surrounded myself with, because the circle is much smaller now, more focused. I'm able to bring to you, whenever we broadcast, items, information of interest, some of which you knew, but not to the depth, and some of which you didn't know. But I just want you to remember that this is communal in nature. I'm learning from you as well. And one of the things I'm learning is that there are different types of leaders. There are leaders who are people, leaders in name only. They don't lead. They cheat, they rob, they lie. And their interest is not the interest of the people. I want to show you something now. And this is about a country called Botswana. I've been there. In fact, my mother used to live there. It's about the size of France. They said it's one of the most sparsely populated countries in the world. They have approximately 2.4 million people. They have a parliamentary system reflecting the Westminster system because they were colonized by the British. But they also have an executive president. And we're taking that step, or we were talking about taking that step of being a republic. This land Botswana is landlocked. It's surrounded by South Africa, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. They got their independence in, I think, 1964. And their main industries, tourism and diamonds. Botswana produces more diamonds than any other country in the world. And their income per capita is about 20,000 US dollars. They have problems with unemployment. They have some problems. But by all accounts, it is also the least corrupt nation on the African continent And I say the continent because it is number 3 when you say Africa, behind Seychelles and Cape Verde. But on the continent itself, it is the least corrupt nation. Now, their executive president took office, I think it was last year. And I'm going to play a video for you. I couldn't take my eyes away from this video. And in fact, in the audience, there are people I recognize. And the audience is ministers, civil servants. And I, honest to God, I was just hoping that I was just thinking, why is it that we can't have leaders like this? Why? Enough said. Here we go. And I promise you, you are not going to be able to walk away from this. You're going to listen to this thing all the way through. In fact, I think I may have to stop it because it's about 60 minutes. We're not going to play all of it. I just want to play some of it for you to understand the points I just made. Here we go.
Groundbreaking speech. Let me paint the scene for you, loud and clear. President Duma Boko of Botswana just unleashed a fierce, no-holds-barred lecture to the nation's top government officials. And make no mistake, he came to shake the foundations. With urgency, reform and accountability as his battle cry, Botswana's new president demanded a total reset of the nation. He declared, with unshakable resolve, that the country teeters on the edge of economic ruin, and only bold, radical action will drag it back from the abyss. In a commanding 60-minute briefing, President Boko laid down the law. Botswana must transform or be left in the dust of history. From digital infrastructure to healthcare reform, he thundered that the era of business as usual is dead and gone. This is a war room, not a workshop, he charged, demanding military-level precision from every official in the room. Now let's listen to this bold lecture and soak in the courage of Botswana's trailblazer.
First question is, are we properly suited to the demands of the positions that we occupy? And that's a broad but profound question. You may be suited, and I encountered this when I was looking at competence to become a judge. There are some great lawyers, brilliant folks, very good lawyers, but who could not survive as judges because they don't have the temperament, the judicial temperament. It's not just about knowing the law, reading the law books. There's a temperament that goes with it. Are you able to sit and listen to somebody talk nonsense, sometimes even insult you? Are you able to listen, sit through that, and then sift through all that and find that nugget of rationality in that mass of nonsense that can save this person? That's the temperament. And so the positions that you occupy don't just require technical competence. They require some temperament, some emotional intelligence. Very important. And sometimes we lack this or we fall short. And when we do, we need to be conscious and raise ourselves to the required levels. So the temperament is critical as well. And that temperament requires us to have the capacity to hear, to listen, to hear what people are saying, and to heed the advice that comes from them. Because a lot of the times you find accounting officers display the temperament of evading and avoiding. Sometimes you face up to issues and you become very honest. And sometimes when you appear before these folks, you must tell them, this is not my remit. Mine ends here. I don't take policy decisions, I implement. I don't pass judgment. I execute what I have to execute. And so if you are asking me questions that require some judgment call, please go and ask the relevant people, not me. I'm here to account for the figures that you see in front of you. Whether people had to travel or not, somebody takes that decision. It's not my call. They traveled. This is the amount. You will make up your own minds about whether that was justified or not. Here, my job is to tell you and speak to these figures and these events. Their justification, go and engage elsewhere. It's a very fair response. Don't get carried away. Don't get intimidated. Simply account. And you do that by tracing everything back to the source of the authority and whether that authority has been exercised properly or at all by yourself and your charges. Questions of a policy nature, high policy. High policy, actually by law, high policy, there's a legal authority from this jurisdiction. High policy is for the president. Matters of high policy are for one person and one office only, and that is the president. And that's the law. So any person who wants to venture into that space must then engage with the occupant of that office at any given time. It's not your business. So you can't be crucified for it. So you must be able to understand what it is that you can account for and what it is that falls outside the scope of your authority, and you must state upfront, this is not for me. I'm afraid, go elsewhere. It's a fair answer. So I see many getting bogged down on issues and venturing opinions. No, you're not there to give an opinion. In court, opinion evidence is also very limited. People who can give opinions, first you justify why you must give the opinion at all. What qualifies you? You say, I'm an expert. We test you then. Why do you think you're an expert? It's not everybody who claims expertise who's an expert. So sometimes you get yourself into unnecessary trouble by straying into territory that does not belong to you. Because some excitable inquisitor is trying to engage you and sidetrack you. Stay on course, stay on quest. That's what you do. So, we have these challenges. An economy that is not performing. A country that is tottering on the brink of collapse. Upper middle income by description has the advantage of stability and predictability and all these. Yet it is not performing well. Why? On many indicators, this country has some of the most educated people, trained at great expense, by the people out there who are catching hell on the downside of society. They look to you. They trained you. They sacrificed for your education. You went to some of the best schools. You acquired the best qualifications. You owe them a debt. What are you doing for these people? When you sit in your office, and do you think about them? Creatures of flesh and blood catching hell at the margins of this economy. What do you think? What do you say about them? Every day, every minute of the day, what is it that you do that improves their lot? That's the question that should engage all of us. Educated people like yourselves, population of about 2.4 million, endowed with so much wealth. If the economy is not performing, it means the intelligentsia of the country has failed, and has failed miserably. We all must admit to this collective failure, in my humble view. We have failed. This country shouldn't be where it is. This country shouldn't be in debt. There's no way. It is unjustifiable. I cannot, by the life in me, understand why we are where we are. I cannot. I refuse to embrace this unpleasant reality. I refuse. I am a persistent objector to this conventional and mundane existence. And so if we accept that we have failed this country, all of us, because we thought that diamonds are coming, they will keep the revenue from the diamonds will keep coming, and whatever else, it's always going to flow. Over the years, if you've been there for a long time, you must hold yourself guilty. It's a mea culpa. Because it means you have been complicit in the failure. You've contributed immensely. And that's why perhaps people are saying you should be fired. Because they are saying, we shouldn't be here. We have educated people. They have been there. What have they done? No, we've managed the little that was coming. That's failure. How do we, if we conceptualized this country as a company, it would now be a company that is to be placed under liquidation. It's a collapsing company. And if you want to turn it around, you must come with a turnaround strategy. You're not just going to inherit it and run it as it has been run. No, it can't happen. It would be the height of folly if we tried that. It can't happen. We can't do the same things that have brought us where we are. Because the best they can do is to keep us where we are. And we don't want to be where we are. So everything pretty much that we have done, we need to cast aside and rethink. Come up with new strategies, new ways of doing things. We must be born again. We must die as who we were yesterday and before. To be reborn, a different breed and species that now carries the agency of taking this country higher. So all the conventional theories you've read from books, neoliberal economics, reject that nonsense. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked. Forget it. I assert this and I assert it intransigently. But it doesn't work. The Washington consensus is absolute nonsense. Don't come to me and tell me government must not get involved in the arena of production. No. I don't care from what school of economics you get it from, Chicago school, whatever. No, it's absolute nonsense. It hasn't worked. And it will not work here. So let's try something we may even not know. Because the knowledge economy is an experimental economy. given to vigorous adjacent experimentation. Otherwise, let's cut our losses and just disband. We can't. We can't sit here and spew out the same theories that have failed. We've got to be radical and transformative in how we approach our situation. So we've got to build wealth, not for now, but also for generations that are coming. We have failed. These diamonds, the diamond boom of the 80s, should have created for us a buffer, impregnable. They didn't. That diamond boom came and went. Now we are in a diamond slump. We are down in the gutter. What do we do? These are the challenges that we face. We have to engage around these issues. I'm going to define just broad categories. One program that I put at the forefront is the digital economy. Rapid digitalization of our economy. It's inescapable. Should have happened way back. It hasn't, it has to happen. Tax collection, issuance of driver's licenses, issuance of passports, national ID cards, every aspect of this economy must be digitalized. It's critical, vast, and others in that space. You carry a heavy burden and responsibility. And in relation to this, you dare not fail. We as a country dare not fail, because it will sink us, it will sink this country. If you want to build an energized democracy, you have to be accountable. It has to be open. It has to be transparent. Whatever you do must be capable of real-time tracking. And you can't do that if you are using Stone Age tools. So we've got to digitalize. The digital economy is absolutely critical. The second that I highlight is to turn this country into the best logistics hub in the SADC region. Surface transportation, roads, rail, infrastructure that is climate resilient, not just any, climate resilient infrastructure. We were exposed very badly by the recent floods. Now we know. When we build, we are not just building. We must anticipate the vagaries of nature as well. And they exposed us badly recently. Huge loss. We need to build climate resilient infrastructure. Rail, very critical. And when we say road transportation, we're not theorizing. There's the A1 here. It's a huge and powerful artery that dissects the country. We're not going to just rely on the bequest by Cecil John Rhodes. That's the rail line that we have, we boast of, built so many hundreds of years ago. No. We have to build new rail tracks so that we're able to transport stuff from pit to port. We need to do this. We have no choice world-class infrastructure. The third program is to raise agriculture's contribution to the GDP. BMC, BAMP, raise production levels, calving rates, the works, everything is called into question.
Let me stop it there, folks. I could listen to this man go on and on and on, and he's very, very serious about the plan for his country. His country is light years ahead of Jamaica. Trust me, I've been to Botswana many times. And you see how determined he is. He's treating this as a crisis. He's saying Botswana depended on diamonds for far too long without diversifying. You see what they did in Dubai? They realized that oil is running out, and so they diversified. And you name the Fortune 500 company, they have an office in Dubai. They have an office in Dubai. And so that's what he's doing. He's saying, oh, Elaine says you want 15 minutes more. 15 minutes more. All right, I'm going to get a little bit more. But you can see the seriousness with this man. You can see it, and you can hear a pin drop in that place. Pin drop, because they know that they have to perform. They have to perform, otherwise they're out. This man is not going to put square pegs in round holes. He's not going to take a medical doctor and put him in charge of national security. He's not going to take a security person and put her in charge of he's not going to take a financial expert and put her in charge of transport, education. He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. Let's listen a little bit more, because we have a long ways to go. And we're going to be joined by Mr. Jeffrey Tavares as well. Here we go.
Horticulture space. And we've added the hemp industry and medicinal marijuana. These are things we have to do. The fourth is health. We want to build the best healthcare system in Africa. And so we have committed ourselves to a health insurance approach. And so we need to engage in relation to the laws and the regulatory environment. We have to refurbish and fully equip all government health facilities. We have to rebuild the whole network of medical supplies. The entire value chain must be rethought. We have central medical stores. We spend billions, upwards of 1 billion every year, loss occasioned by that entity. You know, in a book written by Friedrich Engels called Critical Criticism, he says everything must justify its existence before the judgment seat of reason. Otherwise, it must give up that existence. Central medical stores must either justify its existence or give it up, give up that existence. I make this assertion very, very solemnly and very firmly. Because we can't keep running out of chronic medication across the country. and people die. We can't. It is unjustified. It's an untenable situation. How do we explain it? How do we rationalize it to ourselves, folks? So the approach that we've taken, and I know what happens. I've litigated around matters involving central medical stores. There's theft, the whole consignment of chronic medication is caught somewhere, becomes an exhibit, goes to Memarate, it's kept there, the case drags in the courts, the expiry date comes and goes, and it's a huge loss. Central medical stores. And what have I heard? Nothing creative, nothing new, same old. Oh, CMS, let's fund it. It doesn't work. It shouldn't work like that. It is completely unreasonable. So we're going to have to rethink very quickly. Some of these things are not going to allow us to theorize and hold workshops. We're going to have to hit it on the trot. It's important for us to appreciate this. We will make mistakes in the process, but I'd rather make those mistakes. Somebody was asking me when I was mooting a certain decision, says, but we'll get sued. I said, yeah, let us get sued. I'd rather fight this case in court and in the meantime have people's lives saved than sacrifice their lives in order to appease whoever it is. I'll rather fight it in the courts. Not afraid of getting sued. I've sued and been sued myself, so what is the problem? What we've said we will not do is to litigate unreasonably. But we are not going to get freaked out at the threat of a case in court. No. We have to do what is right for the people and for the country. I was just using central medical stores as an illustration. The second program that I flag is the education system, a transformation. Almost a complete overhaul. We have to change the education system, both in terms of curriculum, content, but also in terms of the way in which we deliver learning. We are called upon to think creatively around all these and improve the skills of teachers. There's a whole debate raging right now that interventions that are underway. But all these must operate on the back of the digital economy. Otherwise we will fail. The next project, the sixth, is these 100,000 houses that we have to build. And that means if you average it well over the next few years, a minimum of 25,000 a year. Some will say it is impossible. You are overly ambitious. You are setting your goals too high and setting yourself up for failure. I would rather go that route than set them too low and reach them with little effort. No. I'm more for the big dreams. Dreams of intensity, dreams of immensity. That's where I am. Not the low end of the spectrum. So we're going to build 100,000 houses. It will be done. I had given 3 years to the minister. He came back to me and says he wants to do it in 2 years. He needs the support. Unwavering. You see, there are certain levels when we get to, we brook no debate. Radical will know this. When the command is issued, you execute. You don't debate with the commander. You don't start questioning him. We will shoot you and kill you on the spot in a war situation. We're in a crisis situation here. We're not going to start theorizing and debating niceties. No. We have to execute on the trot. So these 100,000 houses shall be built. The next is the energy and water sufficiency.
Folks, remember what I told you. I told you that once you start listening to this man, it's going to be difficult to pull yourself away because you feel the energy. You feel the honesty. You feel the intensity. You feel the courage. You feel the desire of this man. You feel everything that we're not feeling about our prime minister. Hear what the man says? The man says he's going to build 100,000 houses. And he went to his minister. Said, I need these houses built. In 3 years, the minister said, no, I will build them in 2. And hear what he says? He says, we're in a crisis. This is no time for debate and niceties. When the commander says, go, you go. And you just, this is the kind of people that this man, you will follow this man. You won't question him. You'll follow him because you know what his desire is. His desire is for government to do what is right and necessary for the people. Elaine says 3 minutes. All right, 3 more minutes because we have Dr. Ben here, we have Jamaicans here, and we have Mr. Jeffrey Tavares. I was gonna call him by his other name, but I'll just leave it right there. Here we go. 3 more minutes.
Full distribution. To run all these, we need to be self-sufficient in energy. You look at BPC right now. They have entered into power purchase agreements running into billions. Totally inexplicable. Unjustifiable. It is difficult to understand what people were thinking. But then it is difficult to understand many things about how BPC and that space has been managed. It is difficult to understand Murupule B right now. Especially if you are told that the Chinese government advised us and said, whatever you do, don't deal with this company. And what do? Typical us. We do exactly that which we are being advised not to do. We get into serious trouble, we turn to the Chinese, they look at us. In law, they call it voluntary assumption of risk. Volenti non fit in iuria. You voluntarily assumed this risk. You must bear the consequences. This is where we are with Murupule B. And it has been in remedial stage for 6 years now. It is still not functioning. This is what we've been doing as a country. And the people out there are watching and asking themselves, are these people really educated? And that's why they have no respect for education. Because they see what we do, educated people, and they think, I can reason better. So they despise us. And they are justified in despising us, at least on the actions that we've taken so far. This is the challenge. So we need to address water. We need to address power. And when we digitalize and we start building data centers, sovereign clouds, and what have you, hyperscalers. We are going to have power. Actually, when you build a data center, it requires at least 2 levels of backup. If this one fails, this one must kick in. If there's a problem here, the other one must kick in. It's not what we've always thought. So we are called upon to think differently. The 8th, the sports and creative industry. We need to rekindle, to reawaken sports and recreation. The 9th, mining, diversification. And in mining, we have taken an approach effectively of outsourcing certain functions and operations. We issue licenses willy-nilly to people who keep them. 3 years, they do nothing. They come back, they renew. They go on, and I know what some of them are doing. They're looking for money, which they can't find, to do the prospecting, to then bring it to bankable feasibility if that is possible, and then ultimately do the mining. In that period, we are in total ignorance. We don't know what we have, what amounts of it. We can't monetize that, and we are poor. And yet we are sitting on trillions of dollars of mineral wealth. So we've taken approaches that have also compromised us as a country and as leaders.
All right, folks. This man, Dumaboko, this man is killing it. Hey, Jamaicans, welcome. Dr. Ben, big up yourself.
Yeah, man, good to be here. Good to be here.
Greetings, man.
I don't know if you gentlemen have been watching, but I'm telling you, and if you listen to him the way he describes this country, like it's on the verge of destruction. And I've been there. I've been to Botswana many times. It's not what you see. Man is ambitious. He sees what is going to happen. And before we get there, we need to do a and you can tell that he has the respect of his people. You can tell he's a no-nonsense person. Right? And so we bring this to you, my people, so that you can see that there are options in the world. You can see that there are examples that we can learn from. And so we don't have to sit there and listen to a prime minister with 28 bank accounts who's taking his anti-corruption agency to court, and his ministers are doing all kinds of things around him. This president you just saw a while ago, you can tell that if a minister screws up, he's on top of this person. You can tell he's going to hold that person responsible. He's not going to sit there and let, you know, what happens with the rural school bus program where we buy old bus, 1.4 billion, where we buy drill, but cost $25,000 we buy it for 200,000, where money's been stolen left, right, and center. You can tell that this is not the kind of person that will countenance that type of behavior. That is what we need in Jamaica. And we don't have it. And an election is coming up, people, and the decision is going to be yours. Don't let me down. Don't let yourself down. Don't let your family down. Don't let your community, don't let Jamaica down. We can't have any more of this nonsense that we have going on since 2016. It's unbearable. It's untenable. It's despicable. It's vile. It's evil. When you take 1.4 trillion and go buy buses, well, we know the buses them all and them. In fact, I tell you what, gentlemen, I saw a video of a bus today broke down, I think somewhere in Manchester, and I see the man them a run go grab them get send a man with a container for go get water, for go pour money in the radiator. I spoke to a friend of mine today who works with these buses. And when I tell him about the video, him said that is a huge mistake because there's a special type of antifreeze that you have to use in those buses. Him said you don't put water in those buses. You don't. And he's been watching what's going on in Jamaica, and he's giving me the benefit of his experience working. He works in a school district, you know, with more than 500 buses. And he was telling me about the dangers of diesel. He was telling me that, listen, that smoke you see coming out there, that smoke is poisonous. And he said, and guess what? It's going to permeate the cabin, and the school children and the driver, they are going to suffer. Upper respiratory problems they're going to have. And he said the young ones, their system is still developing. And so I'm telling you, people, this is crazy. I found out today that in one Central American country, there's a gentleman who's buying up these buses. And you know what they do with these buses in this country? Basically two things they do. They do three, but basically the first thing is that they use it to transport poultry. They use it they call it the chicken cab, I think them call it, for move chicken all over the place. They use it as a tourist thing because the ride's terrible, and they use it for some transportation of people. But you know what the man said? He buys these buses from between $3,000 American dollars to $5,000 American dollars for these buses. One man, not a country. And he's not buying 110. Not buying 110. So we're going to get to the buses. But here, gentlemen, let me come off of the soapbox and just say welcome to Dr. Ben, my nephew Jamaican, and my brethren, Jeffrey Tavares. Gentlemen, welcome.
I just want to let you know that I'm coming from the royal backs at the National Stadium. I just saw a round of applause with the opposition leader and the Prime Minister, and the GG's walking with stick. So I'm in the royal backs, you know, at the moment, broadcasting to you, Mr. Rattigan. The atmosphere is a bit, good and not so good. All right. Because I saw the school bus drove on the tarmac of the National Stadium a while ago, where the wheel of the bus go round and round. I just saw them driving it on there. I wonder if Daryl was in it. I don't know if Daryl was in it.
You talk about bus. Take a look at these people.
People, we just want to applaud the government right now. The government them get the brand new bus them, school bus them for the kids right now. And me I say right now, we just want to give the government a round of applause. Brand new school bus for the kids them of Jamaica right now. I'm not talking about put on that man. Don't start up on that bus them and them see what. We're going to start up on that bus them. Start up on that bus them. People, me I tell you right now, we just want to big up Andrew and big up the Labour Party and big up the government of Jamaica right now.
Hey.
Something all right? Something all right, yeah.
Nah, start, you know. Can't bother with this, because nah, start, you know, bro.
Blood clot.
Hold on there. I have to play back that one there again.
People, we just want to applaud the government right now. The government them get the brand new bus them, school bus them for the kids right now. And me I say right now, we just want to give the government a round of applause. Brand new school bus for the kids them of Jamaica right now. I'm not talking about put on that man. Don't start up on that bus them and them see what. We're going to start up on that bus them. Start up on the bus them. People may tell us right now. We just want to big up Andrew and big up the Labour Party and big up the government of Jamaica right now.
Hey.
Something alright? Something alright, yeah.
Nah, start, you know. Can't bother with this, because nah, start, you know, bro.
Lord.
But listen to me, Ratty, did you see the bus where Old Harbour Bay High School have and primary school have?
We are talking about, man. Hold on, man. We are talking about Jeffrey. Sit, man. Hold on, man. We are going with things wrong. Oh, Doctor, sir. Oh, yeah, sit here, man. Watch out. Watch out, Jeffrey. Yeah.
Nice one.
This is a school bus.
Primary school. Primary school are the one bus.
Donated by the Lions Club.
Yes, primary school are the one bus. Right? So, but you have to let me move off some of them things out. Hold on, people. Hold on there. Hold on. Just want to show you something. Take a look at this, my people.
We don't have to use taxpayers' resources as a party to campaign. We don't have to.
One baby ever. When a big one ever. When a big one.
I want to show you something and tell me what you feel. I not rock the boat either way, but it's a show you and want to tell me what you feel. Watch our settings, sir. Watch this. Look on this. Eh? What do you say? Oh, it look. I never know say school open.
Big up,
How school that? How school? I don't say nothing about this show no. You understand me? Who bias with bias and who no bias with no bias. But look on it and just tell me what you feel. We know say a silly season and we know say everything about what is happening now is silly. But me not rock no boat, me not say nothing either way upon this issue. I mean just show you this on my YouTube channel. And I want to invite some comments in the comment section and tell me what you feel about this. Is this appropriate behavior? Is this excusable? Is this right? Me not say nothing. I remember say we know say everything right now in politics. Now remember me tell you say no. Don't if you see the air where you breathe, feel a little way smoggy. You know say politics. If you see sun start shine too bright and get too hot, a politics. If you see the rain start fall, a politics. So everything we see going right now in the atmosphere, a politics. Which are one of the reasons why we want to get the election over with and done. So we can go back and live with life, divide of politics and political campaign. so what do you say about that something? What do you say that school name? Eh? I never know say school open in late July. You think in September man in school up much? How is school open? I try looking to recognize the school uniform. I wish.
People say that is what we call your ratio, we catch you. Because the man come out and say that them no use state resources to campaign. And you see what them are use the buses for. You see, a big people them there, you must say, go into the big one, go into that one, you're going to that one. campaign, them a campaign. And Merle, you're right. It's a bus after bus after bus. But what we say is that all bus after all bus after all bus after all bus we are going to go now. And guess what?
Prison after prison we don't give him.
Yeah. And we are going to charge you, we are going to charge you, we are going to charge you, we are going to charge you. Right? People, this is nothing more. You know what? A senior JLP supporter, if you mention the name, the whole I want to know how, said to me, him say, Rattigan, this is the biggest robbery I've seen without a weapon. He said, this is the biggest robbery without a weapon. Biggest robbery. People, let me just yield to my fellow panelists. We're from Mr. Jeffrey Tavares says he's in the box. Make we hear now from Jamaica. Jamaica, what's going on?
Good evening to everyone, and it is indeed a pleasure to be amongst family member again. We have had the run with Mr. Rattigan, with Mr. Tavares, and many others out in the public space, social and public space. Good evening to you, Dr. Ben.
Good evening.
And it's now exam time. Yeah, because we were taught that we are owners, we are financiers, and we are employers. So it's close down to the election. I know that we are, educated and informed enough. But it's good to speak about fluid business again. And I'm here also to tell you about the National Hospitality Workers Union a little bit from now. But as in the Chinese culture, they said, crisis means opportunity. We have corruption crisis, human rights violation crisis, but it's an opportunity for us to learn and to change our society. So good evening to everybody. I look forward to more discussion tonight.
Yes. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. We see so much happening, especially this is something that irrespective, unless a person would want to stifle their conscience, this is a blatant abuse of state resources, especially the situation as it is with the buses, and to show you how how biased it is. Up until now, even with the amount of ridicule, well, correct me if I'm wrong, I have not heard any official statement as it relates to, I don't know, Ratty, if there's any official statement addressing the use of these buses in the way that they have been done, because it only shows that maybe the reason why nothing is said is because it will be used even more throughout the campaigning that's coming up. So this is something that really and truly it has to be addressed, because when these things are not dealt with, they continue without any type of recourse.
There won't be anybody responding or saying anything about that, because they all know that they bought those buses for a meager price, and they decide to just milk the Jamaican coffers for it, and they will put it out there to put their supporters, to get the supporters on board with them. But let me say something tonight. As we celebrate 63 years of independence in this country, the Jamaican people must take a stand. Members of the public transport sector, from Negril Point to Moran Point, must send a clear message to Andrew Holness and Darrell Vaz on election day. Send a clear and decisive message to them. The people of our country must not sit by. And if Darrell Vaz should win back his seat in Portland, we will continue speaking that if it was some other modern democracy, there will be an investigation, and who must go prison, go prison. They talk about bus after bus after bus. It's prison after prison after prison after prison. That we, the Jamaican people, need to see happen. $1.4 billion of taxpayers' money must not go like this. Mr. Rattigan, I yield to you, sir.
JUTC!
for the first time in many years.
This is another installment in the segment. You retro, we catch you.
The JUTC, for the first time in many years, has made a profit. Them no one we talk about it.
Oh no. Oh no. Make a profit. Here we go. What is this? The UTC analysis. Persistent operating losses, rising deficits, government dependent audit standards. Right? Here we go. Here is the losses and the government grants. Look at 2016, 2017. $5.43 billion the loss. The government only gave 2.68 in terms of subsidies. Right? Look at the next one. 5.8 billion in losses, and the government only gave 3.6 in subsidies. Look at 2023, 2024, 9.7. We didn't put the government subsidies. The government subsidies is 8.2 is a loss there. And look at 2025 to 2026 projected. The UTC will lose 13.8 billion. The government is only going to subsidize to almost 11 billion. Where is the profit that he's talking about? Where's the profit? Ratio. People don't make them. Here it is. They do some stuff with the fuel system process, and them say, yes, we will get some improvement in mileage. We're going to save some money as far as fuel. The losses remain steep. Here it is. Here's a fact. JUTC has experienced rising and persistent operating losses over the last 20 years, with especially steep increases in the last decade. Despite in government subsidies, financial support has failed to fully offset the deficit, resulting in continuing net losses and increasing strain on public resources. Or, in layman's terms, them now make no money. They've been losing over the last 20 years, but especially over the last 10 years. They've been losing money, and the government pump money, and JUTC lose more than the government pump, lose more than the government pump, lose more than the government pump. It's a pit. The question I ask is, where the rest of the money come from? Where's the rest of the money come from to keep this thing afloat? Where? Is the bottom line. From fiscal year 2005 to 2025, JUTC has predominantly operated. Only in fiscal year 2006 did it post a net profit, and that came from government subsidies. Government give them money, and that's how they made a profit. More recent forecasts indicate projected losses of 7 billion for fiscal year 2024 now and 2025 alone, while broader estimates place cumulative losses since 2016 at nearly 100 billion from 2016 till now. From 2016 till now, JUTC has lost losses, cumulative losses, when you add up everything, 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 100 billion. Tell me if this sound like any leadership is there. This sound like any leadership there? We need a man from Botswana. We need a man from South Africa. We need him to come there. Because our leaders them a joke. And I want you to remember something, people. While we're tempted to blame all of this, we must not forget that in a lot of these instances, the cabinet voted for them things. a lot of these instances, it's like one big kebab. It's like the whole of them. There is a it's like a syndicate. There's collaboration going on. There's conspiracy going on. Finish.
Yeah. Sir, Mr. Rattigan, if I may, I was speaking to a politician about a week ago about JUTC. I won't call it a name. And he said to me, Jeffrey, JUTC is not there to make a profit. He said to me that JUTC is put in place to carry people. And I turned and said to him, it is put in place for the two political parties to put their friends and cronies there to make the coffers of the country. And he laughed. So JUTC, from the beginning of JUTC, it is not there to make a profit at all. And that should not be.
Well, man said, the minister said that, yes, we made a profit. Here is something that came out of the Gala on February 17. It says billions of tax dollars will again be pumped into the cash-strapped Jamaica Urban Transit Corporation Limited 2025-2026 financial year, as a state-owned entity is projecting an operating loss of about 13.84 billion and a total loss of nearly 18 billion before a government grant is taken into consideration. Right there, people. Right there. They're telling you that they've been losing money and they're going to lose money again here.
If I may, Uncle Rattigan, I have questions. Is it that the local government minister is he unaware of these facts, or is he just, obviously misleading Jamaicans? What is it really about? And when we speak about kleptocracy, these are the things that we show. He's saying one thing, the data is saying another thing. Where do we go as a people? What the direction in terms of moving forward as a country?
If I may, sorry, Mr. Rattigan, if I may, Desmond McKenzie is aware of JUTC not making any profit. What Desmond McKenzie keep on doing, he believes he has a bunch of nincompoop, a bunch of idiots, according to Darrell Vaz, that they can fool. They don't remember that the Stone Age already gone. It's a modern age now, where you have internet, people can go and research. You have Rattigan program, you have Tavares program, you have Mystic Sensation program, and you have Jamaica's program, where people are listening to. That man, Deadman McKenzie, needs to go home and sit down. He keep on lying to the people about these things.
Well, somebody just said, well, the public transportation is not supposed to, it's not there to make a profit, it's there to move people around. Only that we would think that way, because you know why? When we do our estimates, the school bus program is going to make about $27 million a year. The school bus program, based on the number of students traveling on those buses and the $100 round trip rate. And when you add up them, and we're going to do it again this Saturday, we're going to show you in case you didn't see it. When you add up the salaries for the drivers, you add up the insurance for the buses, you add up you give them a 10% for inflation, you talk about the maintenance of the buses, you talk about fuel for the buses. They're going to make about $28 million in profit. So where is that money going? Where's that money going? And we heard the minister said, oh, he's got all the paperwork and he's getting ready to, he's with the paperwork and he'll come on any show to discuss the decision of the government. And I've invited him many times. Yet to hear from him. And I've requested the paperwork. Yet to get the paperwork. Because like Mr. Jeffrey Tavares said, this is the age of information. This is the age of information. Information is at your fingertips. The days when they could tell you things that you wouldn't find out, those days are over. over. Here they're telling you they're going to lose money. And they're going to lose money in a big way. Let me see what else. Look at this. With an allocation of little more than approximately 10.9, call it 11 billion in government grant, the JUTC is expected to end the new fiscal year with a loss of almost 7 billion. Who will pay for that? Who will pay for that? So when them tell me, so if there's one bus service that you could say let them lose money because it's for the greater good, I would think it would be for the rural school bus program. But that is the one going to make some money, and it's going to make money for the politicians them. Because I can assure you that when you start looking around and you start digging through the paperwork and look to see who have the maintenance contract, By the way, found out today that the 3 types of buses that in Jamaica: Freightliner, Bluebird, Thomas. Thomas and Freightliner, they're owned by the Daimler, the German company. Bluebird is a public public entity where you can buy stocks in the company. One of the things I found out, remember this gentleman here, Mr. Vaz said that I am going to get I paid for, him said part of the money is to pay for a 1-year service contract. Then he said part of the money is to pay for a 3-year service contract. We want to know which one it is. Is it 1 or 3? I mean, what is it? Could it be that after I do the 1 year and realize the money now go add up, so I have to go 3? Could it be that? But here's what we'll find. Here's what the question now is: who has service contract? Because my good friend today who deal with them buses, him say if these buses were bought at auction, they're bought as is. You don't get no warranty with them buses out. They're as is. That's why you see the one with the tire will bust up. You saw the tire ball because it was purchased as is. Them not do nothing more to it. Them just fly them off of the line as them come off. And another thing we found out is that if you use a mechanic that is not ASC, I believe, that is not certified, even if you have a warranty, it completely it's a complete violation. And therefore, the people who are supposed to fix the buses, they don't have to fix it. They won't fix it because they're gonna say, no. You can't have somebody mess with your bus and then you call us and say, come on and fix it. I mean, we have to, how is this going to work if they have it with first of all, they don't have it with Bluebird because Bluebird's contract is with the school district. And once the buses have been sold through auction, it's over. It's done. So we're going to talk more about that this Saturday. Let me see what else here. This losses at the state-owned JUTC continue to climb, with the projections put it on track to nearly triple in the upcoming fiscal year. The company is projecting operational losses of nearly 7 billion. That's an increase of almost 300. There's about 300 Jamaican, 300% loss of 300% over the approximately 1.8 billion in losses recorded in the current fiscal year. This is also after the nearly 11 billion in government subvention they're using taken into consideration. So even if the government pump money in it, them still going to have a severe loss. That I'm going to open a can of worms. Big can of worms then, I don't know can of worms. Make we dig and see what happens. Make we dig and see what happens. Make we dig and see what happens, my people. JUTC director's feet hangs in the balance. Who do I talk about? 3 directors of the Jamaican Urban Transit Company in the sangster Dennis Chong. You remember that name there? You should. And Ray Barrett resigned after the contractor general uncovered procurement breaches involving unapproved contracts. The 3 were members of the Finance and Procurement Committee chaired by Sangster.
Can I ask a quick question? Let's pretend like we don't know. This Dennis Chung that you speak of, Is this the same gentleman that was appointed head of FID?
Them have the same name. How about that?
The same name. And just to see if my eyes are seeing properly. It says that they have resigned after the contractor general uncovered procurement breaches involving unapproved contracts. It's the same name of the person. We're not sure. We're just checking,
Well, here's the thing. December 3, 2008. Just go back and look. And read that. And you will see. You will see. You will see, my nephew. You're bright boy, man. You will see, man. You will see. You will see. Right? It says they falsely reported that contracts worth 1.6 million for Simba Productions by the late JUTC chairman Douglas Chambers had been properly approved. They falsely said that contracts were properly approved. The board admitted to multiple breaches of procurement rules, and not just those involving Simba, but also a security contract. So that's why they might lose money over there. That's why they might lose money over there. The auditor general must go back and do something over there. And look at this. Thanks to the man who chaired the whole thing, took leave as acting JUTC president for our transfer and pro. And Transport Minister Mike ordered an audit of all JUTC contracts and planned to report to Parliament and Congress. And we don't know if he did that. But people, here it is. Here it is. Dr. Ben, hey, enough of them things that we have lined up for tonight now, but we don't want to kill the people with all the some of the people, some of the supporters, they might take from heart attack right now, because when them see them things, them can't believe it.
Well researched.
Well researched. And before we're going to open the phone line later on, but and remember, people, when we open the phone line, we want you to tell us, would you sell your vote? Why would you sell your vote? Well, if you think, it's just a thought-provoking question. Like, why would somebody sell their vote? We just want to find out. I'm thinking that you shouldn't sell your vote, But if maybe you can convince me as to why you should sell your vote. So the discussion we are looking for a little reasoning. All right, so that's what come on later. So I don't want all of the time, because I know. If you have something you want to talk about, I know Dr. Ben have a whole heap you want to talk about, because Dr. Ben is here to heal the sick and raise the dead.
And I have a guest that I wanted to bring on. I told her 8 o'clock.
Where is it?
9 o'clock your time. I'm going to tell her to join, because this is a woman that has been doing some impressive work in the States in terms of using space for for herbs and so on. So we'll get a chance to meet her tonight.
Okay. All right. So you want to bring her on now, or you want that Jamaica to go first?
Go Jamaica, you can go on, man. I'll just go ahead, Jamaica.
Thank you ever so much. I tell you, very, very engaging. The show is very engaging, and I will tell somebody, pause at this moment, call your neighbor, call your sister, your brother, any family member, even your enemy, and tell them, come learn about Jamaica. And as I said earlier, that a FIWI business, and we cannot stop saying that we are the owners, financiers, and employers. So don't get caught in all of the excitement that is happening around. It is important that we as Jamaicans, we take part in governance in our own country. And I would love to hear the conversation about if you would sell your vote. But at this moment, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm just going to say it as the current state of tourism in our country is slavery, with tourism making $4.38 billion US. 80% of that goes back out of the country. You have 15 to 25% going to the government, and only a mere 10% or less that goes to the Jamaican people. This is not sustainable. Whilst in Barbados, they make $1.4 billion, and they pay their staff $5 to $6 US, and we pay our staff $2 to $4. So with a deficit of $2.9 billion, Barbados is paying their staff 2 times as much Jamaican would, and also we are getting 3 3 times what they are earning from tourism. So we're saying this is a problem. And with 9 different hotels that protest last year, I'm just gonna ask an open question. Don't we find it a bit strange that after 9 different hotels protest in Jamaica, we haven't heard no progressive law or policy passed to ensure that they protect and preserve the rights of Jamaicans? Why it just dead down and nobody speaking about it? These things are very much concerning. With tourism contribute to 30%, over 30% of the workforce. That is over 300,000 workers that are directly involved in the tourism product. So therefore, tourism workers must consider essential. And the second workforce, the other workforce that comes close to it, which is agriculture, over 400 and odd. But we have a lot of, informal employment in the agricultural sector. So therefore, tourism workers are paying the most over to the government in tax, like NHT, where 2% of their salary mandatory goes over to the government, and the employers are expected to pay 3% over. We're asking, why is there no housing solution for the hotel workers? They are leaving work, cleaning suites, and going home to bitter situation. And I have to ask the question, why must this continue? Why are the hotel workers homeless? Why are they only getting money from hand to chest? It cannot reach to the mouth. The collectively, the hotel people they are working poor. So we talk about jobs, 3.5%, the lowest unemployment rate. But we are asking, what type of employment are these? We are seeing low wage, low income jobs, low skilled people. Why is it that we have expatriates coming into Jamaica, and we, the Jamaican people, are training these people for hierarchical position, and we are being looked over and not get these jobs? So we train somebody to lead us and get more than us. And I'm saying that this is not right. We even scrutinize how Jamaicans are paid overall in terms of the Caribbean. Jamaica has 9 different sandals here. The first sandals was created 1981. Old Rock Bay, formerly Rock Bay, now Montego Bay. Jamaica have 9 different sandals here, and 22 stretched across the Caribbean, yet still the Jamaican people get paid the least. We're just asking the question, why? We see last year as well, Sanders had built a daycare center in St. Lucia, but did not build any in Jamaica. And this is not unique to Sanders. Other companies in Jamaica, right, they employ other Caribbean members, and Jamaican people still getting the least for pay. We're saying that, is this discrimination? Is this just total disregard to who Jamaicans are, and there is no respect to the Jamaican people? We're asking for answers, and we are also suggesting that we have more sustainable solution when it comes on to preserving the tourism industry. I can go on and on because there are many concerns, but I would love to hear a few questions. But I want the program to go on because I'm willing to learn some more as we go on. I would love to hear people asking some questions.
People, any questions for Jamaica? Hear about the hotel, well, about Jamaicans. Then you must have a question.
I think I remember one call center in Jamaica, in Montego Bay, that wanted to pay their staff member on par with what they pay their other employees in other parts of the world. And I heard that back then, while the Prime Minister discouraged it, because if one company can pay, then it would create an imbalance in the sector, because it would put the onus on other companies to pay more. And I believe that maybe sometime what the government did to woo companies in coming here was that somehow they may have promised them the opportunity to make or to save more money, because they would be expected to pay low wages. So I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of companies come here, is because they are wooed into coming here because of the fact that low wages, which means more savings for them, is one of the incentives for them coming here. So if that was to change, then it and that's critical to a lot of times the government's marketing or PR for getting more jobs. So yes, it is more jobs. Yes, it is plenty of jobs, but jobs that pay what amount of money? So I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of governments, and I know that this has been a problem for a very long time. I don't know if because I don't know if any government has made representation to try to fix this, but this is definitely a true point, not only in the tourism but also in the call center industry as well.
If I may, Dr. Ben, you're so right on that. The other day we had a meeting with Lance at the University of the West Indies, State of Labor, and that was an opportunity for more than one movement and unions to come and voice their concerns. So whilst at the meeting, we had representatives from the BPO sector. We have from JTA president was there as well, Nurses Association, security guards, and also nannies in Jamaica. And when you look at it, they all have similar concerns. We all have similar concerns. And what we heard from the representative from the BPO sector, he was saying that in their contract, they are not allowed to protest or to even have a union. So when we see things like this, we have to now scrutinize the Labor Relation Industrial Dispute Act of 1975 to say, yes, it says that you have the right to unionize as a Jamaican and also to form a union as the worker. So how, when it comes down to the BPO sector, how is it applied? And also, there is no clear provision to say that any investor can exploit or should not exploit the contract system. So these are the type of things that we're looking at, and we're saying, with a progressive government, how is it that even the People's National Party is going to approach this? Because when you look at the atmosphere, the political atmosphere, the People's National Party seems to be ahead. But if you are a party that is pursuing leadership, these granular details are necessary in order for the people of the country to feel secured as a worker, and also to move from a working class to an entrepreneurial class where they can, contribute significantly to the economy. So these concerns are real. And what is most refreshing, we have more than one groups and movements in Jamaica that is willing to stand up and let their voices be heard, because we have to understand that we cannot leave governance down to 63 members of parliament. We have to take part in governance as the people of the country to shape policies. And that is what we are about. And we just want other people to see, when you see movements like these, to support however you can in terms of materials, your time, your effort, however you can to support these things. We are talking about preservation of the Jamaica heritage and culture. I see another guest is here. Good evening.
I did talk to you about this is Denier Holland, and she'll tell you a little bit. I was actually introduced to Denier by Angelina, and I was introduced through Angelina through the family here at Come Let's Reason with Rattigan, and Angelina was impressed. She went to an event at Denier's house and immediately took up her phone and sent me a whole barrage of pictures of the way Denier utilizes her space and her what she did with the space that she had in terms of a whole heap of herbs. So we have some herbs that we have OT has them, so we're gonna let Denier tell us a little bit about herself, what she does, and then we wanna as throughout the show look at some of what Denier has. Denier.
Hi everyone. So I'm Denier. I just want to thank Dr. Ben and Mr. Rattigan for allowing me to come on. It's an honor to speak about something that's dear to my heart. So thank you guys. So I live in the U.S., but my father is from Montserrat. So I always felt like I was a Caribbean girl at heart. So I'm here to speak to you guys today about gardening, and I'm also a landscaper and a teacher. So how it started. So back in 2016, my mom came to me and she said that she wanted to start a garden. She said that my grandmother and great-grandmother on her side were gardeners. And then my dad also told me that my grandmother that lived in Montserrat was a gardener also. So I felt like it was something that was passed down through DNA. It was something that was in me from the start. It just had to be activated. It had to be started. Someone had to show me how to do it. And I feel like we are all gardeners at heart, to show you what you can do and how you can do it. So I started doing some research and I just started gardening, and it just came so natural. I feel like being self-sufficient and growing your own food is very important, especially for our survival and livelihood. It's important for us to improve our well-being and our health. It helps to reduce environmental impact, like chemicals being sprayed on our foods. It helps to reduce waste because most likely we're going to use it all, and then we can use the seeds to actually regrow the things that that we already produced. It also helps to grow a greater community. I know when I grow my fruits and vegetables, when I have a surplus, I always go and give them to my neighbors and, share them with my neighbors because, you can't eat it all. It's so much stuff you can grow. So I'm always just sharing it. So I don't know if you guys want to show how I garden, and then I'll continue to talk. If you guys want to show the video.
All right. And these are some of the herbs that she grows. Can you tell us a little bit about some of these herbs?
Yes.
You wanna go to the video first?
Yeah, let's go to the video first so I can show them.
I don't think I sent her a video.
Oh, it's okay. All right. So yeah. So I'll go through that then. So I grow a surplus of herbs from bee balm, echinacea, hollyhock, condula, rue.
And these are growing in what? What are they growing in? Buckets?
Yes. So I actually teach a gardening program for children where I teach them how to grow things in the space they have available to them. Mm-hmm. So we teach them how to grow in the actual soil in the ground, and then we teach them how to grow in buckets and cloth bags, how to start seeds in water bottles and cups and things like that, things that they have around the house that they can utilize and recycle.
And this is we call it in Jamaica plummet tomato. What do you call it?
Yeah, plummet tomatoes. It's like in the United States, we have like so many different varieties of tomatoes. I grow about like 10 different varieties each year, from cherry tomatoes, yellow cherry tomatoes, Cherokee tomatoes, pink tomatoes. So there's a lot of different varieties.
Right. And, one of the reasons why I think what you're doing is so awesome is because a lot of times you're in the city and a lot of persons believe that for them to take, to take responsibility of their food, they have to live in the country and they have to have lots of land space. And because they don't have that, then they don't grow it. But you're saying that even with the little space that you have, or with even with waste, what you consider to be waste material that you have around your house, you can actually have a big enough garden, not only for your household, but even for members of the community.
Yes, and I also use a method called companion planting. So it's basically where you grow your fruits and your vegetables along with your herbs and your flowers, your medicinal herbs and flowers. You grow them next to each other, and this helps to improve pest control, enhance soil fertility, increase the yield of pollination, and it helps to create space for more plants. So if you think about the normal farmers, they'll grow things in a row and they'll grow the same thing like cabbage and tomatoes. But with companion planting, you'll plant like a thyme plant next to a tomato, or a basil plant next to some peppers. And it makes for just a better combination of pollination and growing everything. It creates more space.
Wow. All right, so OT, we can maybe look at some of the herbs, medicinal herbs, and maybe then you can tell us a little bit about them.
Sure.
This is a vegetable.
Yes, that's greens. All right, so that is where I store all my herbs that I grow. So all those jars is about 25 different jars. So I usually I dry them. I wash them, and then I usually dry them on a drying rack. I don't know if you guys can see this. This is like a small drying rack that I use. And I put a paper towel inside of it, and I usually let it dry for at least 2 weeks. Every 3 days, I'll like shuffle them and turn them over and let them naturally dry out. When you let them naturally air dry, it keeps most of the nutrients inside the plant. Inside the plants and herbs. When you get like factory herbal teas, it's usually mass produced, and they usually suck out all the nutrients. So when you air dry them, it keeps most of the nutrients in it. And then when I let them dry for at least 2 weeks, I'm turning them every 2 to 3 days. I'll put them in a mason jar. So this is one of my herbs. It still has the color as if it was on the plant. So as you can see also in the picture, they're still very vibrant in color, and that's because they're naturally air dried. So they keep most of their nutrients. And they're stored in mason jars. They're able to stay up there for at least a year.
Wow, shelf life. And these are teas?
Yes, those are the teas that I make. I usually put them in tea bags, and then I put them in bags and I store them up.
Right. Next one. Next slide, OT. Oh.
So the different plants that I grow, for the fruits, I grow watermelon, cantaloupe, honeydew. I grow grapes. What else do I grow? For the vegetables, I do tomatoes, cucumbers, greens, cabbage, lettuce, tomatoes, peppers, yes, eggplants, anything that you can think of in a little space. And with the help of companion planting, it helps to create that space for me to grow a lot of things.
Wow. All right, so this is one of the herbs. Go back. This is one of the herbs. Which herb is this?
No, that's echinacea.
Mm-hmm. And echinacea has been traditionally used for what? We know.
Yeah, so it has been traditionally used for, a lot of people use that for like common colds and flu.
Right. Because it boosts the body's immune system. So this is a plant that you definitely want to have in your herb cabinet. A lot of persons who have terminal illnesses, a lot of persons who are very weak and emaciated, this is a herb that helps to boost the body's immune system naturally. It's a very important herb in some. It's a key herb in a number of formulas, especially herb cancer. A lot of research has been done out there that suggests that it is it has cancer fighting properties. So this is a great herb to have as well, and it tastes good too.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that's echinacea. What else do we have? OT.
So this is hollyhock. So hollyhock is a herb that you can use. It improves focus, energy, and decreases inflammation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this was a herb that was used by the American Indians a lot. It's featured a lot in American Indian folklore medicine. Not a very good herb for the immune system, and it's also good for the blood. Very good herb for the blood. So help with a number of blood-related illnesses and well as well. All right, next one.
So this is bee balm.
Yes.
Yeah. So bee balm is a good plant to help with pollination. It brings the bees to the yard. Like the bees love this plant. So if you need pollination, it brings them there. And this is also good for boosting your immune system. It's good for colds and flus and things like that.
Mm-hmm. So it's very soothing. Also helps with, can be used as a poultice. Very soothing. It's anti-inflammatory. So that's one of the big properties of this herb. It's anti-inflammatory. So it helps with pain, and it helps with burning, and it helps with discomfort. So this is a herb you said that you actually grow as well.
Yes, all these herbs and medicinal flowers, I grow them in my yard. So I have about, I want to say 7 medicinal flowers and maybe over 15 herbs in different types. Like I have lemon thyme, German thyme, English thyme. I have purple basil, regular basil. I have 3 different types of peppermint. So there's a lot of variety.
Mm-hmm. All right, next one.
So that is actually curry. So I use this curry basically to cook with. I never use it in my tea because it has a strong flavor. But I usually use it to cook with.
Mm-hmm. So it's antibacterial, antifungal, and it helps with circulation as well.
Yeah, regulates the blood sugar. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and reduces inflammation.
I mean, very good. And I mean, as I said, these are herbs that you live in the city and you have pots and you basically just grow them right in your backyard.
Yep. Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right, next one.
So this is called seashell, and this is an Asian herb. I really like this herb. I actually found this by walking one day, and I just picked it out of some weeds that were growing. It grows as a weed, but nobody knows that it's very potent. And so I just picked it up and replanted it in my yard. It's very invasive and it spreads a lot, but it's so beneficial. So it's an anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and it helps fight allergies. It has allergy fighting properties. And this came from the Asian culture.
Wonderful. All right. Another one, OT.
So as you can see, this is French thyme, and that's we call it here marigolds, or they call it calendula.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and marigold is also good for the kidney. Persons who are having kidney issues, it's good for the urinary tract system. Good for kidney stones. Good for urinary tract infection. Good for things like those. And the French thyme is antibiotic. You know, most of the I just finished a video a while ago, and it is independence, and I also want to talk about, because tonight I want to talk about the role of herbs, because in our independence we talk about the food, we talk about the music, we talk about so many aspects of our culture, and a very important aspect of our culture is the herbs. And the role that herbs has played in our existence and in our evolution as a society. And this is sometimes neglected. It's almost as if it's an afterthought. So I really I want to maybe lead a movement and encourage us to include in our celebrations, in our national celebrations, include the value of herbs because it has played an essential part. And the French thyme is also good for cold, it's good for flu, it's good for it's antibiotic. Most of the herbs that are seasoning that have what we call culinary herbs, most culinary herbs are herbs that support the digestive tract system. So this is also another very good one of them.
Yes, also a lot of other cultures use herbal teas, and it helps to reduce diseases or prevent diseases from happening. So when we usually go to the doctors because something's happening, we're drinking herbal teas on a consistent basis. It will prevent or slow down those diseases that we usually get from happening because they're in your body and they're working. They're helping to build your immune system and things like that.
Yeah, the raw material that the body can use. All right, next one. One of my favorite, rosemary.
Yes, we use rosemary a lot for cooking, but rosemary is so beneficial in tea. It has a strong flavor, but if you pair it with maybe like sorrel or hibiscus, it like drowns out the flavor of it, and it's very good for cognitive.
Right, that's what I was
your
gonna say.
memory. Yeah.
Yeah, so you use it with ginger, and it increases blood flow to the brain. It's one of the things that it does. It increases blood flow to the brain and it increases alertness. So this is a herb that you should have not even only drinking it, having it as a plant in your house. It helps to it's a high vibration herb, so it helps like that as well. Rosemary.
So this is purple basil, and just any type of basil is really good.
Especially for women in menopause. So all those menopausal women that's watching, this is a herb that's very good for menopause.
Yes, reducing stress, sleep quality, cholesterol management, and things like that. So think about if you're doing a combination of these herbs on a daily, you're just fighting a whole bunch of things in your system. Like if you're just pairing like 3 to 4 herbs and you're just drinking it daily, it's just an overall protection for your body. And a lot of their medicinal purposes overlap. So you're kind of getting like a double dose.
Yeah. Another one. One of my favorite.
Oregano. Supporting digestion, boosting immune system, reducing inflammation, and one good thing about this, it helps with respiratory health. So if you have lung congestion, bronchitis, things like that, it helps to reduce mucus. And again, all these things are in my garden. This is just another type of thyme. This is called lemon thyme. This is one of my favorites too. This is lemon balm. This is another invasive herb, but it's so beneficial. So this one helps to boost your immune system really well. So I use this in most of my teas.
Yeah, and it grows here in Jamaica too. It grows
it does?
Yeah, it grows wild here in Jamaica as well.
Oh, please start using it, guys. This is one of the most beneficial herbs. It's rich in vitamin C and antioxidants. That's it right there also.
And that's it. So I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to give our audience
the video right there. Okay.
It's a video. Okay. Well, there's another video. Sorry I didn't get. Is it this one? Where we get a kind of an angle of your yard space, because I wanted the persons to kind of see the small space that she has working with and how she uses it so wisely. So I just wanted to, I was so impressed. Thank you, Angelina, for introducing me to Denier, when I saw what she did with this space, I felt ashamed because, you know, some people have what compared to what you have, we have acres. Some people have acres of yard space, and they don't have that much. And I love to see that, you know, we don't have to do just ornamental plants. We can do, you know, ornamentals. We can do vegetables, and we can do teas. So, you know, it's just fabulous to see how you have utilized that space.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. So you want to tell us how we can contact you for persons that I know, and I would encourage you guys, if you're in the state, then you can do so much more in terms of what you can do on this platform. So I would really encourage you to reach out to her. Tell us again where in the states you are, and tell us about you know, if persons are interested in your class. Is it only for kids? Do you do anything for adults as well?
Yeah, so I just put my email in the chat, and then my IG is the same. You can look me up on IG or Facebook. I'm going to put it in the chat. And I am in the Philadelphia area and in the United States. So that is my IG and Facebook, Ari LaRue Designs. And my email is arilaruedesigns@gmail.com.
All right, so I'll get it. You know, I don't think it will come up in the comments. You may have to send it on the private chat. Look on the private chat. Send it to the producer, and she will make it available. All right,
I'm gonna do it right now.
Yeah, copy it and paste it in the private chat. Producer Ratty, you're muted.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Denier a question. The question is this: we have heard about the problems associated with herbicides, pesticides, certain types of fertilizer, so on and so forth. What do you use? And do you have the concerns about things that are on the market right now to help grow plants?
You're very low, Ratty. And I hear some herbicides, fungicides.
Mic check.
Yeah, man, loud and clear now.
Oh, Denier, I'm waiting for Denier to finish.
I can hear you now. Can you repeat?
Yeah, I'm saying there are concerns about herbicides and pesticides and things of that nature, chemicals to grow plants. Do you have any concerns, and what do you use?
So when you do the companion planting and you plant the herbs with the vegetables, it usually helps with a lot of the pest control. So marigolds helps a lot to keep a tomato pest away. The lemon balm and peppermint helps to keep other insects away. And then I also use, it's called neem oil, NEEM oil. This is a natural oil made from a tree oil, and it helps to keep most of the pests away. So I use like the companion planting and neem oil.
Right. So the planting method works as a natural
repellent.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, even for mosquitoes, a lot of people don't know that if you plant a lot of fever grass as edging around your property, it naturally helps to it acts as a natural deterrent against mosquitoes.
Yeah, and most of the herbs that you guys are going to use, they're naturally insect repellents. So I wish you guys had that one video I sent, and you would see that most of my herbs are planted around my border garden, and I do that purposely because it keeps the bugs out. They're lined around like the borders of my garden.
No, don't worry, Denier. We're gonna have you back, so we're gonna play that video. And if you have any more videos, then we'll certainly love to play them.
Sure.
And then also, the producer just put up your email and your IG. It's right. I don't know if you can see it. It's in the chat. Okay. So, folks, if you want to reach out to Denier, you have it. It's right there. So, Jamaics, Mr. Tavares, any questions for Denier?
Right, this is good evening, Mr. Denier.
Can't hear you, Jamaica. Can't hear you. Go ahead.
You hearing me? No?
Yeah.
No.
All right. Thank you. Good evening to you, Mr. Nero. Trust that you're doing well.
Thank you. Good
my-
evening.
I must say, congrats on the path that you have taken so far in terms of, herbs and lifestyle. And again, I can see why Dr. Ben has such respect for you.
Thank you.
My question is, what got you to herbs and medicine, and why would you encourage others to take this very serious to preserve their lives?
Yeah, so I remember when I first started gardening, I started doing some research, and I remember going to my doctor and asking her, do you guys practice medicinal medicine? And she was very honest with me, and she said most doctors don't practice medicinal medicine. Like, they have to go to school and pay extra for medicinal medicine. She said most of them are licensed in pharmaceutical. So that had me thinking, most of the pharmaceutical medicines are they're produced from herbs. So if we're using herbs, then we should limit ourselves on pharmaceutical, because most of the pharmaceuticals are produced from herbs. So it just made me think, if I'm doing herbal medicine all the time, then it should reduce my chances of having to use pharmaceutical medicine.
Fletcher is asking if you're selling your plants.
Yes and no. So I do grow plants. I actually grow all my plants from seeds. I have a greenhouse in my basement that I use grow lights to grow all my plants. So sometimes, yes, I do. If I have a surplus, yes.
Okay.
And I see Opal also asking, which state are you in?
Pennsylvania.
And do you ever heard for lizard? Marie's asking, says she wants a repellent for lizard.
Do I want to what?
No. Marie's asking if I want a lizard repellent.
Oh, you gotta do some research. I don't know about that. But yeah, just do all your research on these plants and medicinal plants, herbs and flowers. It's just important to do research, make sure you know what you're allergic to, what you're not allergic to, what you're consuming into your bodies. Just do your research. So.
But Ratty, one of the things that Jamaicans asked about was the importance of promoting, because as I said, that it's not just about planting, it's about taking responsibility of your food and medicine, your food. The next crisis, as I always say, the next crisis is going to be a food and medicine crisis. And right now, if a health crisis, food crisis was to hit in your area, to some extent you'd be resilient. To some extent you'd be able to at least feed yourself for a couple of days. So it's good, because as Ratty asked about the chemicals, a lot of the foods that we buy, a lot of the vegetables that we buy, a lot of the fruits, we don't know how it is produced. We don't know what chemicals are being used and the level of chemicals. So if you want to be sure that you're really eating healthy and you're eating chemical-free foods, the best way to know that is to actually plant it for yourself.
Doc, let me be facetious here. You mean you don't trust the label that says organic?
No, not at all, because organic is not necessarily organic. There is legal organic. There are many ways to legally define things that's not real. Just like our sugar-free doesn't mean sugar-free. Natural in many instances does not mean natural.
All right. Let me see. Any more questions? All right. Denier, thanks for joining us. And
thank you.
I'm going to extend the opportunity to you now to give us some parting words, because when it's a parting words, not farewell, because you're coming back. We're just going to have to work on these details. But anything to say, anything you want to say to us before you go?
Like Dr. Ben was saying, it's just important for us to take back our health and our well-being, take control of our health, make sure that we're getting these herbal medicines into our bodies, so we can, live longer, healthier lives. We perish without knowledge. So it's important to make sure that we are getting the knowledge and spreading this knowledge so we can help our people in our community.
All right. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Look forward to having you soon.
All right. Thank you. Have a great night. Bless.
All right. Bye-bye. Rattigan, I said Daniel Taylor from Canada who is joining us. And Daniel Taylor, like our good friend, Mr. Vivavu. Mr. Vivavu got 6 bottles of our tonic. And I heard that he doesn't want to share. I think Daniel Taylor got a whole case over there in Canada. And I'm glad to see him on the show tonight. Just want to big up Daniel Taylor. And maybe one of the times we'll ask you to maybe tell us, because I want to hear. And maybe I want to hear from Jeffrey too. What has been his experience with the herbal tonics that he has gotten? When gone? I'm gone, man. But as I said, today is the seem come back there, Mr. Vivavu. I hear that you don't want to share. I got it from good source that you initially wanted to share your tonic.
Is Tigo calling telling you something there?
No, it's not Tigo.
Or is Rattigan telling that?
I don't call on him. I plead the 5th.
No, tell me something now. If I get something and it wasn't, I didn't want it, and it start work, why should I share it? It's working good. It raised every dead known to man.
Then you don't want your fellow brethren to forget the experience, to man.
We're not hearing you, Ratty. We're not hearing you.
You're muted, Ratty.
Yeah, no, I was saying share and share alike, but that's not his motto, If it works, I'm keeping it for myself. So.
Yeah, but
No, go ahead.
But today was today is the 6th of August. It's our independence, and I really I'm very passionate about seeing the knowledge. I want to thank Denier and thank Angelina for linking us up together, because as I said, when she went to Denier's house and saw the herbs, we really want to just we want to inspire community members to be better versions of themselves. That's what one thing that we want to do. We want to encourage persons to be better versions of themselves.
Speaking of independence. Speaking of independence, a dear friend of ours, dear friend of mine, she wrote a piece for independence, and I have to read it before we go. But I'm not going to read it right now because we have some more things to do. But I'm going to read it when we have the maximum amount of people on the thing, because it's well written, it's to the point, and it's very profound. And I'd like to share that with everybody. But in the meantime, let me just show you something here, people. You hear people talk about, especially people in government, you them talk about, we want to be like Singapore, and we want to be people. I'm going to play your video now, so that you can understand why the Jamaica we know right now, as it's been governed, will never be like Singapore. Watch. And by the way, I've been to Singapore. If you get a chance, any of you, please go and visit. They have some rules over there, they're very, don't shoot government, don't shoot government, but here we go.
I have to have a deep understanding of the Jamaican struggle. Someone whose daughter got accepted into university, and she can't pay that university fee. Debt to GDP means nothing to her. There is a legitimate and genuine case as to whether or not
Hold on, let me stop it right there. And that's what I'm telling you folks, that debt to GDP means nothing for the poor man. It means nothing for the people at the university, the professors and the students and the people, you know, the titans of industry. Yeah, it means something. But for the poor people working the $16,000, debt to GDP means absolutely nothing. And the Prime Minister just said, him just say it.
Economic management is translating into household benefits. We're going to change the nature of the society where violence appears to have become the accepted and first resort for the resolution of conflict, to one where people use reason and emotional regulation. Pro-social, all the actions we take are in support of the society, not to destroy the society. And we are pro-growth, meaning that everything that we do is about expanding and improving and being innovative. That's the ultimate objective. Jamaica is going to become the Singapore of the Western Hemisphere, without question.
Fascinating thing about Lee Kuan Yew.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Watch this now, my people.
He took three decisions, really three important decisions, right at the beginning for Singapore. Each one of them now seems obvious. Each one at the time was deeply contested. Number one, he said, everyone's going to speak English in Singapore. Now, there were lots of people who said to him at the time, no, we've been thrown out of Malaysia effectively. We're now a fledgling country, a city-state country. We need to have our own local language, you know, we need to be true to our roots and everything. He said, no, English is the language of the world and we're all going to speak English. And today, that's what happens in Singapore. Secondly, he said, we're going to get the best intellectual capital and management capital from wherever it exists in the world, and we're going to bring it to Singapore. And again, people said, no, we should stand on our own 2 feet. Why? And you're also bringing in the British, who we just, you know, we've got all these disputes with. And he said, no, I'm going to bring in the best from wherever they are, and they're going to come to Singapore. Today, Singapore exports intellectual capital, right? And the third thing he did was he said there's going to be no corruption. And one of the ways we're going to do that is we're going to make sure our political leaders are well paid, which the Singapore leaders are the
Don't forget 300%, people. Don't forget.
Best paid in the world by a factor of about 10 for the next person. And there's going to be zero tolerance of corruption. Zero tolerance of corruption. And those are the three decisions that were instrumental in building Singapore today.
Imagine a nation, fresh from the throes of colonial rule, poised on the brink of a future filled with uncertainty. That was Singapore in 1965, a fledgling nation grappling with the challenges of newfound independence. Ethnic tensions simmered beneath the surface, threatening to disrupt the fragile peace. Economic instability loomed large, casting a shadow of doubt over the path to prosperity. And with limited natural resources, the odds were stacked against this tiny island nation. Stepping into this cauldron of complexity was Lee Kuan Yew, Singapore's first prime minister. A man of vision and determination, he was tasked with steering the nation through these tumultuous times. His mission? To transform Singapore from a struggling third-world nation into a first-world oasis. A task daunting to most, but not to Lee Kuan Yew. In the face of adversity, Lee Kuan Yew was not deterred but driven to transform Singapore from a struggling nation into a prosperous city-state. What does it take to lead a nation from third world to first? For Lee Yew, it was a pragmatic leadership style. He was a leader who prioritized action over words and wasn't afraid of making tough decisions. His leadership was firmly rooted in meritocracy, as he believed that positions and rewards should be earned. This principle shaped his government's policies, where hard work was recognized. Clean governance was also critical to him, as he understood that corruption hinders progress. He fostered a culture of integrity, setting the tone for a transparent government. Lee Kuan Yew also valued the rule of law, knowing that a stable legal environment is crucial for a nation's prosperity. Lee Kuan Yew's pragmatic leadership style was a cornerstone in building the thriving Singapore we know today. His legacy serves as a testament to the power of pragmatic leadership in shaping a nation's destiny. In the face of daunting challenges, it takes visionary policies to spark a transformation. Picture this. Singapore, a newly independent nation in 1965, confronted with numerous problems but with a vision of prosperity. Lee Kuan Yew's government tackled these challenges with innovative policies. They focused on education and infrastructure, knowing their importance for economic success. Lacking natural resources, they created a business-friendly environment to attract foreign investments. These long-term policies worked to transform Singapore from a struggling nation into a thriving city-state. This transformation, a result of planning and commitment, was a testament to the power of visionary policies. By implementing visionary policies, Lee Kuan Yew set Singapore on a path of rapid development and prosperity. This power turned Singapore from a third-world country into a first-world nation swiftly. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of vision.
Yes, people. Visionary policies, pragmatic leadership. That's what we need in Jamaica. Zero tolerance for corruption and meritocracy. You don't put square pegs in round holes if you really want to develop your nation. You don't. So, this idea that we are going to become Singapore, question for me is when? When? It's a noble goal, but when? Not with who we have right now. No way, no how, no time. It's not going to happen. So I just want people for you to focus on that video, and you can go back, look at it whenever you hear people bring up the argument that Jamaica is going to be like Singapore. I just want you to rubbish the idea. No. One of the things a pragmatic leader doesn't do is you don't have to brag about your accomplishments or achievements. You know why? Because that is your job. That is your job. You don't have to put out a list of achievements and tell people this is what we did. This. Worse yet, you don't lie. You don't mislead people when you put out these things. In fact, let me show you one of our leaders. One of our leaders. Where is he? I don't see him. Oh, he's gone. No, I don't see him right here. But we had a leader who was out there walking the street and giving out these pamphlets. And when you go through the pamphlets, record achievements, you find out that they're not quite true. Here's an example.
Wait. What? They are real. They cannot be challenged. You must feel proud of your party.
Here's one of the lies. They said that they established MOCA as an independent body. They gave it more resources and strengthened the laws to fight organized crime, corruption, and money laundering. Watch this. That's what they said in the list of achievements. Watch this. See that? According to MOCA's Director General Colonel Desmond Edwards, the agency was created on August 4th, 2014. August 4th, 2014, the People's National Party was in charge of the government. So how does the Jamaica Labour Party, where does it get off saying that they established MOCA? It's right there. Right there. According to MOCA's Director General Colonel Desmond Edwards, the agency was created on August 4th, 2014 to provide a direct response to issues of major organized crime and corruption in Jamaica. Over the 7 years since, the organization has seen its roles and responsibilities expanded as Jamaica's national security threats have evolved. So when you read that thing and you see what them say, we established MOCA and it is one of our achievements, run them. Here's another one. No new taxes for 8 years straight. This has provided stability, helping every household and every business, no matter how big or small, to plan and to manage their budgets. Here's why that thing about the tax thing, no new taxes. Here it is. You remember this, people? Ministry paper, number 17, fiscal year 2017-2018. This was when this government, they took over in 2016, right? So they were in charge when this paper came out. And they said, no new taxes. We could just rubbish that for now. Yeah, revenue measures for financial year 2017-2018, and we can go just quickly go through it. Special consumption taxes. It's right here. So they have consumption taxes there. And let me go back.
Can you zoom it in a bit?
Yeah. Can you zoom this in?
No, I don't think we can zoom it in. And the persons who are watching can. On their devices.
Well, let me see something. Wait, full screen layout. Let me see. No. Can we see that?
No, doesn't make a difference. Persons who are watching it can zoom it on their devices.
Okay. But it's fuel. There was a special tax on fuel. Remember they said no new taxes, right? Then we go right here, increase right here up number 3, alcoholic beverages. Number 4, tobacco and tobacco products. Then they have the general consumption tax on health insurance. Electricity. And other taxes, increase in motor vehicle license and fees. And then there's one here on general insurance premiums paid by Jamaican residents to non-residents at a rate of 15%. So don't let them fool. And here it's signed by Audley Shaw, March 9th, 2017. And back here you have the list of the taxes that they have. So when they tell you that there's no new taxes, here's what this is all of that. I'm just telling you that what they're saying, people, they're playing mind games with you. Because you walk away hearing no new taxes, thinking that no new taxes. They didn't say we didn't increase taxes. That's what they did. They increased taxes to make up for the no new taxes. So they said we're not gonna no new taxes. What it means is that if there was not a tax on something, then they didn't start taxing it. So for example, if they weren't taxing you because you have a bicycle, they didn't start taxing you because you have a bicycle. And if you have a motorcycle and they were taxing it, they increased the taxes. So it's a word game, it's a mind game, it's all of these things you're doing to you. But you cannot fall into that, my people.
One second there, Uncle, if I cut him, if I may. When you go to the electricity, which everybody consumes, right? Remember, prior to him coming into power, he said that he's going to bring big companies to rival JPS.
Correct.
And prior to 2017, if you were consuming over 150 kilowatt or less, you wouldn't be paying taxes on it. You wouldn't be paying GCT. But he has lowered it from 300 and odd to now 150. So therefore, you're paying, no thanks to him, the government, you're now paying GCT and electricity. So he can say no new taxes, but he cannot say no more taxes. That is what he cannot say to the Jamaican people. And the Jamaican people have to listen to things like this and understand that you're paying more, even though you're not paying for others.
That's correct. Absolutely correct. And here's why you can't pay attention to them. Here's why.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
You better believe that, people. Do not trust the words of politicians. What you think them say is not what them say. Okay? What you think them say is not what them say. I'm thinking whether I should just go ahead and read this thing here or just wait till later on. Let me read this to you. Since we're here, let me read this to you. I want to just kick back and listen to someone who took the time and in a graceful and eloquent manner wrote about this independence, this freedom that we're claiming and we continue to clamor for, that it's illusory. As long as you have a governor general representing the monarchy, you're not free. You're not totally independent. You might think you are, but you're not. It's called Unseen Chains, and says why symbolic freedom isn't enough. It says, today we gather not in one place, but across screens, across borders, and across generations. We connect in the shadow of our ancestors and in the blazing light of their dreams. We remember emancipation declared in 1838. We remember independence claimed in 1962. Freedom was never just about breaking chains. It was about building lives, lives rooted in dignity, opportunity, and justice. It was meant to ensure that no Jamaican child would grow up trapped in a ghetto of broken promises, that no mother would have to choose between sending her child to school or putting food on the table, that no elder would be discarded after a lifetime of service. Yet, here we are, 187 years after emancipation and 63 years after independence, and we must ask ourselves, what is freedom? Freedom is holding a government accountable for illicit enrichment. It's leadership that answers to the people, not the other way around. It's walking into a hospital and being treated with urgency, respect, and care. It's a classroom that ignites young minds and opens doors to possibility. Freedom is a livable wage, not survival through struggle. It's clean water in every home, not just in privileged communities. Freedom is justice that serves everyone, not just the connected few. Let's be clear. There is no freedom in a multi-billion-dollar tourism industry built on cheap labor and sustained by worker poverty. There is no freedom when tourists enjoy the best of our island while Jamaicans are fenced out of their own beaches. We must be honest. A booming GDP means nothing if it doesn't reach the people. Growth without equity is not development, it's deception. There is no freedom when speaking truth to power means being tracked by Pegasus spyware. And when politicians exploit poverty, trade handouts for votes, and divide us with tribal politics, that's not democracy. That's manipulation. This is not the freedom our ancestors dreamed of. So as another election approaches, we must be more than voters. We must be visionaries. We must ask hard questions. Are we truly free if our voice only matters once every 5 years? Are we free when loyalty is rewarded over integrity? Are we free when silence is bought with a handout and hope is sold for a slogan? Freedom is not a gift from politicians. Freedom is ours by birth, kept by courage, and lifted by will. We are not just electing leaders. We are defining who we are and what we will no longer tolerate. Jamaica, it's time to redefine what freedom means in this generation. Let us rise, not for ceremony, not for optics, but with purpose, with power, and with urgency. Because freedom is not a memory, it must be a movement. And that movement begins with us. This is our moment. One Jamaica, one people, one future. Well written, well said. This is something that we should be reading for children, because it is so profound. It goes to the heart of who we are, who we can be, what we should be thinking. We shouldn't be manipulated, but yet Here it is in this election. Yeah.
Can we give a Uncle? Can we give a moment for the chat just to put up some Jamaica flag, because this is independent thinking. Yes, man. Where is it, man? Give us a road. Where's the device?
people.
No, wake up in the comment section, man, and put up some Jamaica flag for true independent thinking. That is. Trust me, man. I love that.
All right, folks, you've been asking for it. The line is open. And what we want to do is you can call Dr. Ben anytime and talk about herbs tonight. Anytime. Call anytime. But what we would like to do apart from Dr. Ben is we'd like people to call in and tell us, why would you sell your vote? And let's have a discussion about that. I mean, you can talk about anything else, but we want to focus on that. But if you want to talk about something else, this is your opportunity. The line is open. So all of you who've been asking me, calling me, telling me, open the line. The line is open. Here it is. Would you sell your vote? And if so, why? Not that you're going to, but would you even consider selling your vote? And if so, why? The line is open, people. So let me see here.
Oh, you got a call. Just a few things I wanted to comment on.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. The Prime Minister's video, when he spoke about the GDP, and I hope that people have been learning, when you made the comparison to the Democratic Republic of Congo, I think their GDP is 21.5%. And based on what the remember, he has always been boasting about debt to GDP ratio. And if we chase it back, it goes back to 2011, and it was under the Portia Simpson-led administration that actually started the downward trend of the debt to GDP. But he used that to boast on to say that the country is doing well. And then on the other hand, he's now going to say that he said something else.
He said, you heard him. Hold on one second, please. No, go ahead. No, keep talking. Keep talking, Jamaicans.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on. Go ahead. Finish up, Jamaicans. Finish up the point.
Yeah, so it's a football he used whenever he chooses to. And this is just clear manipulation on the people of Jamaica. He speaks about the perception of violence. Are they preaching every day about major crime is going down? They're not talking about financial crime that has gone up over 200%. And your hand is sticky and sugary, and we're seeing it in the pan. So what are you talking about? You're saying a lot of words, but the action says different things. Corruption is bad. But I want to give the caller a chance to speak and ask questions.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Caller?
Call, because I was holding. Yes. Dr. Ben, first of all, big up to Jamaica, you, Mr. Rattigan. And Dr. Ben, good night. And people in the chat. Okay, my question is for Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben, you know I always be asking the question on behalf of the men, the necessary questions that they won't ask. Okay, I have two questions. The first one is, what does normal semen looks like? Let me ask again. What does normal semen looks like? Number one. That's number two now. Should I be concerned about any changes in my testicles or scrotum?
All right. We're gonna have you. Can you hang up and just wait for the answers?
Yeah, sure. Okay, sure.
Can't hear you, Dr. Ben. Can't hear you.
Sorry. So normal semen should have a certain level of viscosity. It shouldn't be too watery, and it shouldn't be too clear. Right? So the semen is a liquid part that carries the sperm. So it's liquid, and it's that liquid part of the ejaculation or the discharge that protects the sperm and gives life to it. So you should have some amount of clearness, which is the semen, and then you should have a fairly, maybe a 50 or 60% whiteness coloration in the discharge, in the ejaculation as well, for it to be healthy. All right. As it relates to testicular concerns, as we get older, then our body goes through changes, and so definitely you want to feel if there is any type of lump or any type of unusual unusual lump inside the scrotal bag. So you definitely want to every now and then feel it, and you shouldn't have any pain. The only two lumps that are the only lumps that should be there are two lumps, not three lumps. If you're feeling a third lump, something is wrong. And if when you feel the testicles, there's too much discomfort, then something is wrong. But as we get older, it will change also. The size of the scrotum, it will because as we get older, we lose muscle mass. The scrotal sac will feel what should I wear? it should feel a little more baggy, right? So it will not have that firmness because as you age and you lose muscle mass, not a lot of muscles are there, but it will get a little more saggy, and that's normal.
Hold on 1 second.
Yes. I see one Jamaica says, can men self-exam like for breast exam? Because men don't have a book as most men, and again, this happens with age as we get older. There's a condition where some men will develop, they call it gynecomastia, which is where because of the increased estrogen production, then some men develop breasts that they didn't have before. But most men, most of the time, we don't have that amount of flesh. And so it's easy for us to feel. So breast cancer is not very common in men, but it's not unfounded that men can have breast cancers. It's just very, very rare. So I mean, if it is that you're gonna have any discomfort, it's much more easier to detect it versus women.
All right, so Mr. Bramram said something about 3 seeds, and people start laughing. Come reach Ms. Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Hello, good evening, Mr. Rattigan. Good evening to you all on the panel and the listeners. Yeah, I'm calling from California.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
So I want to answer the question. I also have a question for Dr. Ben.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so first of all, the question, I would never sell my vote, first of all. One, because I never gave it away. I never voted in my life. And I'm almost 40 right now. And my vote now is not for me. I have 6 kids. So my vote right now is not for me.
Yeah. Very good question. Very good response. Yeah, we're hearing you.
Yeah, my vote is really for my kids right now. And for Dr. Ben, I kind of want to find out if you sell like natural cleanses, and if you do, is there a way I can contact you, off the air to talk about that?
Right.
You do.
Yes, we do. So OT will put our contact information on the screen, but we do. So when you do reach out to me, if you don't get me your comment, just leave a text message. Hopefully, you'll get me, and we can guide you as to how to get that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
All right.
Hey, folks, remember I promised you about somebody handing out pamphlets? Here we go. Never thought he'd live to see something like that, right?
It's a homeless man. Actually, he was just in the royal box with me, you know, eating a peanut.
Oh, okay, all right. Here is something that, again, people, this is, look at the symbolism of this. When I look at the realism of it, but I also want you to look at the symbolism of it. And how, as a people, we are so grateful for small mercies from these politicians who we elected to serve us. I just want you to look and see how grateful we are that they gave us a little bit of something that they were supposed to give us a lot of. Look at
Make sure I come with my water bottle to catch water today. Yeah.
I like that. Right.
Well, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. Promotional.
Yes. Because it's going to splash right here. But fine. All right. So Prime Minister, here is Linda's gap.
Well, hold on. So everybody's ready? You guys are ready? No, man.
people believe that. You see liquor pipe with them a big ceremony, big fanfare, a liquor pipe. You see the standpipe people on the seat. Thank you, OT. You see the standpipe.
And Mr. Rattigan.
And have everybody there. They might get one liquor pipe for our community.
You know how much to do that now, Mr. Rattigan? 1.5 million for that grand opening.
And people just seem so happy.
I'm embarrassed. I'm truly embarrassed, and I keep saying sorry to cut you out, but I'm really embarrassed when I see things like this. As you say, we are grateful for basic mercies. It is a sense that I want all labor rights. I'm saying this, all labor rights, come and listen to Mr. Rattigan's program, because it teaches you to be an owner, an employer, and an and a financier. You invest your money. It doesn't make sense you invest your money. These people get 300% increase, getting $22.9 million annually just to come and turn on a pipe for you when it's close to election. It is cliche, it's embarrassing. Jamaicans will deserve more than this. And I see it each time I look at it. I feel embarrassed for the people of Jamaica who are here getting these tokenism. We don't need tokenism. It's wrong what the Prime Minister and the Jamaica Labour Party doing. And if any PNP do this as well, it's embarrassing as well. Don't do this and publicize it. It's wrong.
Another video.
The new school buses are also coming. And I said new school bus. They are refurbished bus, but they are new to Jamaica. Those buses are built to last very long. And I saw some young ones today, and they were very excited that they are going to get their own school bus.
You hear that? The buses are old, but they're new to Jamaica because we're not getting them for the first time. Getting them for the first time. This Saturday, we're going to show you a chart to show you the retirement age of buses. Many states in the United States, based on age and mileage. Why are we showing you this? Why are we going to show you this? We're going to show you because we want to show you that the buses that Jamaica, the buses them retired, them past retirement age, they past useful life. So when you see a bus, we're going to show you some states where the mileage is like 180,000. We have buses in Jamaica, them new buses with 180,000 or more. And then they say, oh, well, then, yeah, you know, the buses, them the buses, them new. Hold on 1 second, people. Welcome to Conversation with Ratty.
Yes, Ratty, good night.
Good night, how are you?
I am fine, thank you.
Yes,
I enjoy
family
listening
things.
to your program. You ask why sell your vote?
Yes.
Yes, I'll
No,
sell my
What?
vote.
No, hold on one second. It's not why sell your vote. It's would you sell your vote, and if so, why? Why would you? Yeah.
Well, tell me I'm a cheater, but if you're giving me, if bro God give me some money tonight,
Mm-hmm.
I'll take it. But Marky G will get my vote.
Oh. I see, said the blind man.
Yes, Ratty.
I see what you said. I see what you said.
So bro God can come with him 10,000 or whatever.
Yeah.
But Marky G, I get my vote.
And you know what? That's I think some of that happened during the local election. I think some of that happened where they were paying people to vote a certain way, and the people went into the polling station. They voted, they voted their conscience, and that's why the result came out the way they came out. But all right, let me ask you another question. Why would you take the prime minister's money in the first place if you know you're not going to vote him? Why would you take his money? Why wouldn't you, as a matter of principle, say I don't want anything from them people? I don't want anything from him.
No, he led the way now. He's a cheater.
So you cheat on him?
Yeah, cheap and cheat.
Yeah, Jamaica come and cheat. Jamaica blood. You never can say. And Dr. Ben now hold back him now.
Yeah, him teach me.
All right, then are you eligible to vote in Jamaica?
Yes.
Are you going to vote in Jamaica?
I've been out of the country, but
all right, say no more. Say no more. Say no more. All right. Well, look. Let me ask the panelists. I'm a co-host. Ask them if they have anything they want to ask you, gentlemen. Anything you want to ask this lovely lady here who says she would take the prime minister's money and vote for the other party?
You've said it. For me, you've said it all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jamaican people are the best. That's all I have to say. We're the best.
Yeah, number one, he shouldn't be offering money. So
that's true.
There you go.
He's the first. Yeah, he shouldn't be. So if he does, I'll take it, but he's not getting my vote.
Well, let me ask you, why would all right, here's an option. Why don't you accept the offer and then report them to the police and say, under the Representation of People Act?
Jamaica police?
Oh, okay. All right. Jamaica police. You don't trust Jamaica police?
No.
You don't trust Jamaica police?
No.
Okay, so because you don't trust them, you just take the money and cut.
Yeah, people low profile. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for calling.
Yes, I'll continue listening.
All right. Take care of yourself.
Okay.
If I may, I just quickly add to what the caller just said. You know, in Jamaica, the situation is terrible in terms of they're going out on many political campaigns, and these people who are in the audience would love a $5,000 from what them use to set up these campaigns. And with that being said, when you hear a comment like that from the lady, the caller just now, to say that they will take the money and vote them out, the people in Jamaica are in a very desperate state that they can't afford to pass up no money at all. No matter how it look, them can't afford to pass it up, even they know, so them now go vote for them. But as Mr. Rattigan said, from the perspective of, take them, not even take the money, but to report them. And that is the state of mind for many Jamaicans. We're not there. I know that the reasoning with Rattigan program has been effective, but we're not there as yet. We're not there to where we can hold them accountable. So, but someday we're on our way.
Mr. Rattigan, unmute
We're not here.
They would have switched a little bit. This gentleman got an award today. And people, let me tell you something. I don't have to ask you whether or not you think that he deserved this award. Because I know I can bet my last dollar. I know all of you are gonna tell me that this man deserves to go to prison. I know that's what you tell me. And to be honest, I agree. This man don't deserve no award. This is the man we're talking about.
Healthcare system is once again in the spotlight, and this time under the theme of global population trends. At the launch of the United Nations Population Fund's State of the World Population Report 2025, Health Minister Dr. Christopher Tuffton sounded the alarm on the worsening state of the country's healthcare workforce. Our reporter Akeem Aret is standing by to tell us more.
A near healthcare crisis is looming. That's the warning from Health and Wellness Minister Dr. Christopher Tuffton, who says the sector is under significant strain, due in part to workforce shortages.
Health right now is bordering in some areas on a crisis in terms of healthcare workers. And this is not unique to Jamaica, just to be clear. It's a global thing. In fact, the projections suggest that we need some 20 million or so healthcare workers between now and 2030.
The situation is made worse by the steady migration of nurses and other critical staff seeking better opportunities, leaving the public system in demand.
500 or so of our specialist nurses migrate each year, on average, leaving our neonatal units, intensive care units, operating theater units, accident and emergency units in very short supply, and impacting the quality of service delivery by virtue of not having enough bodies and enough boots on the ground.
Experts say with a growing and aging population and an increase in non-communicable diseases, the healthcare system must rapidly adapt. However, Minister Tuffton says the availability of resources is another challenge.
Even if we wanted to train more, we're restricted by virtue of clinical rotation space, meaning operating theater beds to practice around. There's a ratio of student to beds, and by faculty, or the shortage of faculty, people to train.
However, Minister Tuffton says as the government works to craft solutions, the call is now for more healthcare workers. Akeem Aret, CVM News.
Oh boy, oh boy. He received a national award, you know. He received a national award. Jeffrey, do you know anything about this national award?
What national award?
That Minister Tuffton received today.
Not that I know of. I haven't heard about that.
Yeah, he received an award.
For what?
For his stewardship of the healthcare system.
Is what?
Yeah.
Who gave that to him?
I'm looking for it right now.
I mean, Mr. Jeffrey, you know, you were in the box, you know. I think that you cast a vote. You cast a vote to approve this as well. So we need to question. You remember you gave it away and come out and said that you are currently in the box, and I will see your pause for a bit. So I was wondering if it's a voting.
Can somebody? I saw it today, though. I saw it today. Can somebody confirm that?
On the Gleaner or what?
I think it's a Gleaner, yeah.
Let me search something here.
Just look for Dr. Tuffton. And you'll see that our man got his award. Yeah, he got his award. I saw it earlier. Yeah, no. Well, while you're looking for that, let me play this video again. Yeah, okay. Opal just
yes, man. I see it.
You see it?
Yes, National Honor Award on August 6, 2025. On Independence Day, August 6, Dr. Christopher Tuffton, serving as Minister of Health and Wellness, was appointed a Member of Order of Distinction in the rank of Commander in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the health and wellness sector in Jamaica. He is among 35 individuals honored with level of part of 141 total recipients.
There you go. So I never tell no lie upon him. The man get an award. You don't believe that, people? The
Jamaica
man
is amazing.
Yeah, the man who spend off so much money in the health sector and we don't have nothing for show feet. Look at Cornwall Regional. Look at the other facilities all over the place. And this man get a national award for outstanding service in the health sector. What am I going to do next? What am I going to do next? They might as well just call back. Just call back Royal Reed and give him one award for outstanding service in education. I mean, this is what we're going to. Them cheapen the award right now. Cheapen it. Do you know who get award to? Jeffrey? Our lady up in New York. Our lady up in New York, she got an award today. Oh, there it is. Dr. Christopher Tuffton get one. There it is right there.
You know, when I said to you that the National Award ceremony has gone to the dogs. You have rapists getting it. You have thief who thieving poor people money getting it. Why don't you laugh at that before? It's the truth. You have rapists getting it. You have child molesters getting it. You have people who love to Jeffrey behave yourself tonight. You know, Mr. Rattigan, listen to me. That's why I don't want no order of old donkey, no order of old jackass, no cow of commando class.
Look what I have seen say people look like murderer get it too. Look like somebody commit murder and get it.
There you go.
And look what Don said. Don is right. The dead baby, they might cry out right now.
Yep.
Dead baby, they might. You know, if that said we're going to give this man an award for being a top importer, you know, of rice, then we could have said, okay, all right, bringing bad rice. Okay, understand.
But Mr. Rattigan,
yes, sir.
Do you realize that these people have no regard for us? They disrespect us by giving this man an award after 24 babies died on his watch.
In 24 days, please put that in.
In 24 days.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the person that they end up giving an award to.
So Mr. said, I hope him can't carry it with him go to prison. Yeah, he got an award today, man. Got an award.
The lady up in New York now, she get an award for?
Yeah, she get an award, the lady up in New York. That useless mass of protoplasm. And that woman get an award. She get an award.
If they had given CG Oliver Mayer an award, I would say yes.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
That's a hard working CG.
Yes, the Consul General down in Miami, he's the person who should have gotten the award. They give it to somebody up in New York. Again, you see, that's why you can't be Singapore, because Singapore would do it based on meritocracy.
Thank you.
And in Jamaica, we do it based on friend and company. That's what we do it with. You know? Because the man down in Florida, I work night. I mean, the guy is, believe me, he's a true representative of what a Jamaican diplomat should be.
Yes.
Right? And then we have somebody up in New York who is basically a hermit. You know, really see her, she not come out, she not really talk to nobody. And she come out and go, oh, I represent 17 states or whatever. Lady, look, you're laughable. Laughable. And remember now, you know, who I said that? Rattigan. And you know me, know you. Alcian, CG, Alcian, Roach, you know me, know you. You know our history. And you know, say you don't deserve no award at all. None. Zero. None. But we will get to you another time.
See,
I want to play this thing here.
hold on, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah.
See, this lady here having Grand Gala with millions and millions of money wasted. She have fireworks there now. And she giving a fake smile. Olivia Babsy Grange. How much money it costs the people of this country for this idiotic Grand Gala? That makes no sense.
And you know, the sad part about it, a lot of the people we are jump up and down, they might go hungry tonight, you know. They might go hungry tonight, like fireworks can't fool them belly.
Somebody had to say it one more time, man. Somebody have to say these things, the truth.
Yeah,
this woman, when I check how much it's gonna cost us, the Observer and the Gleaner said it has not been released. How much money not cost the Jamaican people? And I keep on saying to people from ever since, they need to do an investigation into this Grand Gala because money is being stifled off left, right, and in this Grand Gala. And you know what? She only used one group of singers every single year. Kokodu, Sister Pat, one MC, one labor right man who go on church, but Bishop Blair Church, him go, one tall slim maga one. Maga like me. That's all him do. Him is the only person I use as an MC. It's going to say Babsy Grange. Olivia Babsy Grange, I want you already, you know. Stop make poor people like water reach, you know, man.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Florida.
Okay, Miss Florida, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan, this information you just gave us about the awardees, there should be a list of these people that should be investigated.
I agree.
Anything that Andrew or whatever this government gives as an award should be compiling a list for these people or their accomplices.
Yeah, you know what?
I'm sorry, my sentences were a bit disjointed.
No worries, caller. We fully understand what you're saying, and I agree. But I'll turn it over to my co-hosts here and hear what they have to say. Did you gentlemen? Did you hear what the young lady said?
Yes, we heard,
Yes,
but unfortunately, there won't be an investigation because Jamaica has a twiddly dum-dum commissioner of police and a twiddly dum-dum minister of national insecurity and a twiddly dum-dum prime minister and a twiddly dum-dum governor general. That
well,
when anything happens,
we can't do anything.
Pardon me, ma'am?
Even if we can't do anything about it, at least we know who these players are.
What I know, when you're going to get an award, it is given, well, a tender is given out. I don't know if the prime minister can advise the governor general to give anybody an award. What I know, the award and the honors and awards ceremony, you are select people. All right, Rattigan is going to get an award. It has to be voted on. Some people send up some stuff to wherever, to the GG office. So Rattigan is going to get an award. They want Rattigan to get an award. Depends on how much people sign on to it, I was told. And if I'm need to be corrected. Need to be corrected.
Right.
But there's not going to be done about it, my dear. Nobody investigate nothing.
Well, at least we know now. Thank you for highlighting that for us.
Right, so it's based on the recommendation. Recommendations are made for persons who are going to be awarded, and I think based on the recommendation.
But you hear what the caller says? She says they're recommending themselves, like them friend and company.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That might just be so.
Business.
Yeah, it's not meritocracy. Them people are not.
Yeah.
In fact, you know what? Before you go, caller, there's a lady. She's gonna come on the program maybe next week or so. This lady is is a pioneer in terms of reaching out or outreach to the diaspora. This lady has a magazine. She's well known. She's done a lot of things to ease the burden of Jamaica returning residents, and also to strengthen the link between Jamaicans at home and abroad. And every year I keep looking for her name on the list, and it's not there. And I can tell you right now that we're gonna have her, and we're gonna have a frank and open conversation with her. I don't know what she's going to say, but I suspect that it won't be complimentary about the government. But we shall
Right.
see.
It's appears to be all the syndicate members.
I like
Get
that
it?
word, syndicate. I like that.
Yeah, so we're getting a wider view of how deep, far, and wide the syndicate is.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that I would not sell my vote, but for the person who would receive money for their vote, I wouldn't say I could walk in their shoes. But I personally wouldn't sell my vote, but I wouldn't see anything wrong if someone took the money and voted for the PNP. I would probably take it and give it to the PNP as a donation.
You're gone far now, man.
No, it's just pathetic. I mean, if someone from the JLP approached me to buy my vote, I'd really seriously look into their eyes, and and make them know. I think you're a pile of garbage. You know,
Right.
it's just disgusting to even look for people to buy their votes. What does it say about that leader or party?
Yeah.
That's the bigger picture, you know.
Yeah. Valid point. Valid points you've made.
What type of leader does that? You know, it's totally illegal.
It is illegal.
Yes.
To buy votes. It is illegal. Yeah. But
Yeah.
like the lady said, she would never report it to the police because you can't trust the police either.
No,
Can't trust
the Jamaica.
politicians, can't trust the police.
Mr. Rattigan, I have firsthand knowledge of how the Jamaica police operate,
Anything you
and
can
I
share?
do not. Pardon?
Anything you can share?
Oh yeah, they tried to log me up. I even had the superintendent saying to me he has a cell, trying to present it as an apartment unit. But I'm gonna tell him. I hope he's listening tonight. That his
hold on
cell
one
is
second.
gonna be.
He wanted to lock you up in a cell that he's using as an apartment.
No, he's trying to convey it as if it's an apartment unit.
A cell?
Mm-hmm.
So why is he telling you
It's
that?
very, very out of order because he knew I was trying to find a refuge in Jamaica, not knowing that I was really running from them.
Hold on a
And
second.
you know, Mr. Rattigan, let's look at this. I know I'm not Sade, the singer, but didn't they do some really unscrupulous things to her as well?
Yeah, she run and them said that she took off. She left the country.
Right.
They issued a warrant for her arrest. Yeah.
Yes, it's like they. What about that other singer? I think her mother was Swedish and her father was Jamaican, and they found her body charred in some vehicle.
The rap, the DJ. I know who you're talking.
Yes.
Yeah, they
So-
found her in Spanish Town, then St. Catherine. They found her.
They
But
kind
I thought she died in a car accident.
they found the vehicle she was driving charred with her in it, but I don't think it was an accident. And in Jamaica, they do that too, don't they? They call murders suicide or natural deaths.
Yeah, how they categorize it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But I'm still interested in the story about the superintendent who introduced you to a cell and
It's really a long story, Mr. Rattigan.
and conveyed it to you like an apartment.
Yes. Insulting me, by the way.
Insult you, or insult you?
No. Insult.
Insult you. Okay.
Insult. That was meant to be an insult, but now he's going to be the one in the jail cell. I guarantee it. I got to tell you something, Mr. Rattigan.
Sure.
I had to flee and I went to Ocho Rios because that's the safest place. No? Lots of police. By the time I didn't know that all the police were corrupt.
All right, let me ask this. I don't want to assume anything. Were you born in Jamaica?
Yes.
We're in Jamaica. Just sorry.
Kingston.
Kingston.
St. Andrew.
Okay, and you went back for a vacation, and then what happened?
No, I returned to Jamaica to assist my elderly father.
Right.
And I was there for several years, like 7 years, helping my dad. But I didn't know I was being what is the word? Scrutinized.
Mhm.
I was being watched. I was gangsta up. So, because my father has a very lucrative business.
So how did you
And
end up in the police? In the police station?
well, my father had a Mercedes. They said that I stole it. I didn't know that, by the way, because it was my father and I working in the business, and we bought the car together. We had other vehicles, but I was driving it because my father was robbed after he left Sagicor Bank with 800,000 in payroll and 3,000 US. On his way, he was driving the car, and on his way back to Kingston from Portmore, he stopped to use the bathroom, and he was accosted in the bathroom by three men who put a knife to his throat. He gave them the keys for the Benz. He gave them the 800,000 and the 3,000 US. And they threw away the keys. And so when my father came back, the police did nothing, by the way. Anyhow, when we decided we'd swap cars, since it seemed he was, whoever followed him or into the bathroom knew he had the money on him, and he felt he was followed from the bank. So we swapped cars, and then over time, my father and I were separated. And he was, one of the main reasons was for the swapping also was his back problems. So it was difficult for him to sit down in the car versus climb up in my SUV. Does that make sense to you? Am I getting to your point?
No, I'm listening. I'm listening.
So eventually, the persons who separated my father and I, they reported the car stolen. And when I went to the police station to ask for them to come with me to the house to see what's going on with my dad, they took me in their car, took away the Benz, and they went up to the house where they got engaged in some bribery stuff. The police said to me, you should have had us in your back pocket if you wanted any help. That's what people do in this country.
Wow.
So I needed to have them on my payroll. Anyhow, when it got back down to the station, they took the car. And that's how I met that superintendent. And I needed a place to stay, and I asked him if he knew of any safe place that I could stay. And he said no.
Well, wait a minute, hold on. You needed a place to stay? I thought
Yes.
Oh, so weren't you staying with your dad?
I was separated from him at the time that they took the car.
And when you say separated from him, you mean the relationship or just physically separated from him?
Physically, because I was threatened, and my dad was threatened, and I didn't even know he was threatened, but I know I was.
So why didn't you ask him for a ride to go back home then?
Because it would be unsafe there. Whoever was with my dad told the police that I was the one visiting the home and that she was the one living there for the 7 years.
Is this your father's girlfriend?
She was posed off as his caregiver.
You posed off. What does that mean? Mean she wasn't?
She was like an actress.
Oh.
Prostitute.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty complex.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, yes. But I know everything. I mean, they were hoping to traumatize me to the point where my memory would be impaired. But it's not.
But you're fine.
I'm in the United States now. Yes. Okay. I had to leave Jamaica for my own safety. Yeah.
All right. Well, look, we're happy that you're safe and sound here. Oh, but by the way, how's your dad doing?
He passed away.
Oh, my condolences.
Thank you. And they pretty much tortured him. They slapped him up. Everything to make him do what they wanted him to do.
So what happened to the business?
Well, Juliet and Andrew wanted it. Or they wanted his share in the market because he's been in the market for 50 years. And he went from molasses hauling to ethanol, that type of thing. He changed with the market. And he was in the water delivery business for about maybe 20 years.
So hold on, you mentioned two names a while ago. And,
Yes.
Yeah, but those names are common names in Jamaica. Juliet and
Right.
Andrew. So I don't know. Yeah, so because I had people on my
It's
street,
the one you
Juliet on my
suspect
street.
that I'm talking about.
Oh, it's
The
the one
ones,
It's who?
the ones that are infamous for committing crimes, financial crimes.
You're not talking about the people in my neighborhood because the Juliet in my neighborhood,
The ones in Parliament.
Oh, the one in Parliament.
The ones in
The
Parliament,
ones
yes.
in Parliament. Okay. We have to talk. All right, we have to talk.
Surely.
We have to talk
I
off
would,
the
I
air.
would really appreciate that,
We have
Mr. Rattigan. I sent you my affidavit, but it doesn't talk about the political side of things. It talks more about the things surrounding the death of my father.
All right, well, I'll tell you what. I have your number, and we will talk because anything having to do with parliamentarians, I'm very interested.
Yes, and I wouldn't even have suspected that Legion or something would be somehow involved. But I was told after I shut down my father's company, which I had to do on a temporary basis, that some big top guy in NCB wanted to talk to me about contracts. Mm-hmm. I never had that communication with him, by the way.
Well, I'll tell you what. Stay tuned. I'm gonna call you tomorrow, and we can talk.
Sounds good.
All right. Take care of yourself.
You too.
All right,
Bye-bye.
be well.
Thank you.
Wow. Wow.
I am aware of that lady, Mr. Rattigan. She spoke to me, you know.
Yeah?
Yeah, man. There's a long story about her and what they have done to her.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
That wasn't meant for you, Jeffrey, because you're not a politician. So I'm just doing that as a prelude to what I'm about to play right now.
Yeah.
To this. Hold on 1 second. Call coming in. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reason.
Mr. Rattigan,
Yes, ma'am.
I am so shocked in myself to really hear like this that Dr. Tuffton has gotten an award.
Oh, yeah.
You know what is happening?
What's that?
Things are so low in Jamaica, and I'm wondering what is happening with people's mind. How can something like that be? Christopher Tuffton needs to come and tell the people, did he get enough money in the budget to run the hospitals? Because I'm thinking, how and why should he get an award? He on, I know he's on Andrew's side, but if he did not get enough money from the budget to run the hospital, he needs to come and say. He needs to come out, because I don't see any other reason then why he would be getting an award to say, okay, he's not the fault, and you could be the fault. So what he had to work with. I don't get it, because to do something like that is lowering the standard, the requirement, the appreciating the requirements of how awards must be given.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
That can't be. Hold on. Hold on, my fire thing there. I know what's happening. Don't hang up. I know what, like the destroyer.
Call the fire truck.
The destroyer is near to the fire thing.
You have a basket of destroyer?
Sorry, wait, I'm coming. Sorry for that interruption. the fire alarm went off. Yes. So that award need to be revoked. And we have to be on this one. This can't be. This is a lowering standard, Mr. Rattigan. We have to be on ball out on this one. This ain't working. No, no.
Ms. Philly, let me ask you a question. What is your plan now to deal with the What are you going to tell me?
I am thinking then, no, I know I'm going to call in on the programs and talk. If I can find a way to send a letter or something to whoever on an agency or something, but this can't be.
But here's the thing. This program, it's nice that we're educating the people. I don't think that's going to be the Prime Ministers or whoever's in charge of the awards committee. I don't think that's going to change their mind. So, by just being on the program. So what else do you have in mind?
Just don't show any form of integrity with whether it's a committee or a person, individual, Mr. Rat. How can something like this be? What's wrong with us?
No.
Where's our morals?
No, I know, but what I'm saying to you is that let's come up with a way that we can be effective in having them rescind the award that was given to him today. And I'm trying to figure out, have you given it much thought as to
I have to go think about that because you know,
all right.
You just asked me the question. I have to go and think and research in my head, and then if anything, I get back to you. But this is not going to work. It has to be revoked.
All right.
And it will never be revoked.
No standard. This is no standard. This is no standard at all. These people are sick.
All right.
Okay.
So we'll talk.
I'll get back to you. I'm going to think about it. I'm serious. I'm dead serious.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
I'll be waiting. All right. Bye-bye. All right, folks, listen to this. Listen to this.
I'm not hearing it clearly, Mr. Rattigan. You're very low.
7 school buses
Can you hear me?
that will be serving some of the remote areas of the parish. And
You not hear me? Mr. Tavares.
Much better now.
Okay. All right. Here is our Prime Minister talking about the school bus issue.
I'm certain that the children of this parish will be very happy to be able to use those buses. And of course, those buses will be free of cost to them in terms of bus fare. Those buses will be free of cost to them in terms of bus fare. Those buses will be free of cost to them in terms of bus fare.
Schoolers only. $50 each way. 100 Jamaican dollars per day per student.
You hear that? I wonder if you hear that. I don't think you hear that. Listen again to the Prime Minister saying, listen carefully. Listen carefully. Here we go.
You're going to get 7 school buses that will be serving some of the remote areas of the parish. And I'm certain that the children of this parish will be very happy to be able to use those buses. And of course, those buses will be free of cost to them in terms of bus fare. Those buses will be free of cost to them in terms of bus fare. Those buses will be free of cost to them in terms of bus fare.
Schoolers only. $50 each way. 100 Jamaican dollars per day per student.
Listen to that, but watch this other video and then we can talk.
$50 in the morning and $50 in the evening. It will only cost the parent $100 per day. In addition to that, the government is not cancelling the park buses. The park buses will still run. So the park buses will run and the new rural school buses will run, giving an ease and a break to the poor people, and the children will come to school more often because now they can afford the bus fare to come to school. That is a government that is working for you. That is a government that you must choose. And that is why we say choose the Jamaica Labour Party and choose use Jamaica. We're going to invite the people examine the bus.
Bobby.
Uncle Bobby.
Bobby. I talk to you, Bobby. Please, MP, Bobby. You better than that, man. You know better than that. People, how is it the Prime Minister can say it's free? And then 2 MPs come out and say, no, it's $100 round trip each day per child. When you realize, I hear him say, rural areas of Jamaica, a lot of them people have no regular jobs. When I say regular jobs, no big paying jobs. A lot of them are farmers. A lot of them cannot afford $100 a day. And then they come now and say, we are going to ease up. But you know what? We're going to show this same video this Saturday. We're going to show you how much money. We're going to break it down again and show you how much money they might make for the year. And ask the question, why is it that them couldn't have the children go to school free of cost on the buses? And here's a bigger question. Why is it that we're spending 1.4 billion on buses to take children to schools that are virtually non-existent? You're going to schools where you don't have teachers. You're going to school where you don't have resources. But they're going to school. Make that make sense to me, people. Make that make sense to me.
That is why Mr. Rattigan, the gentleman who said I'm gonna give them bus after bus after bus. You're gonna go to prison after prison after prison. You should go to prison. In no other modern democracy, you can spend $1.4 billion on some dilapidated old buses and get away with it. You will be stripped from a ministerial position and there'll be an investigation. But you all can do this to Jamaica, and only Jamaican can do this too. But I want to speak out. You need to go to prison for what you have done to poor people in this country. Go ahead, Jamax.
If I may, because let me say, I'm not the most brilliant person in the world, but I like to ask simple question because I'm a simple man. If in 2016 they said that they had this bus initiative in mind, right? How is it that from 2016 to 2025, that is 9 years, right? How we cannot even get the simple placement of the door right for the bus because we are leaving the kids in oncoming traffic. How is it that we're paying somebody $22.9 million to make a decision like this, to put our children in danger, immediate danger, and they say that they're going to retrofit fit them? Why didn't we find buses that were already retrofitted? Remember, it's from 2016 we're looking at this. So you're telling me this is the best decision? And secondly, we're thinking about the demography. As nobody look at the demography and say that it makes sense to look at, because when you break down absenteeism in Jamaica, the demographic of people, it's in 3 parts, our kids in 3 parts. You have the urban, rural, and deep rural. And they said that this is focused on rural, right? But you have the one at a time. And when you look at the percentage, let's just look at the percentage first. So you have a percentage, a higher percentage is in deep rural that needs these buses, right? You have these one at a time roads that are in the rural areas that 2 taxis cannot pass on them at a time. How is it that these big buses are going to, traverse on these roads freely, and it is left and drive? So I look at Jamaicans as we as a people and say, how do we get past all of these things to think that this bus system makes sense? We really are trying to find out how it makes sense and what are we accepting as a people. It really caused a man to think about our mental state in Jamaica, that we are creating safe space in our mind and say, yes, third term loading. And that is very concerning for the country. Let me pause here for a second, because I just asking those simple questions, if the demographic makes sense, and also if it makes sense for us to not accept people who said from 2016 to 2025 now and bring bus with the doors on the opposite side of what Jamaica needs it for.
You know, the minister has said many things, including this.
Let me just go back in history. The JLP under Mike Henry tried to introduce a rural school bus system in 2011. We lost the election and Omar Davis locked it down. We had 230 buses that we were going to bring over 4 years with the first set of 65. And it was cancelled, the order for the 65, and it was scuttled on the basis that it was unsustainable and not affordable. In 2013, JUTC tried to do the same thing by putting 20 buses as a pilot for rural school bus, again scuttled and locked down by the PNP. So this will be the third attempt, and this one is not going to fail. What I can say to you very...
First of all, the man is... I'm not sure if he's in full control of his faculties, if he's losing it, or he's just flat out lying. Because this September date that he's talking about as being the third, it's not the third. There was one in 2017 where the JLP, it was in the Ministry of Education, Grace McLean, Will Reed, and the gentleman, his name escapes me, the gentleman who's
Roy Bernard.
Roy Bernard, he's now one of Babs Grange's two
permanent secretary.
Yeah, the only ministry with two permanent secretaries. They came out with a program in 2017. The PNP program, the PNP started a pilot in 2015, and they lost the election in early 2016. And the JLP waited until 2017, about a year later, to say they're coming out with a pilot. And that pilot, they said $200 million. And folks, I'm telling you, I've written ATIs and I'm asking around, trying to figure out what happened to that money. Nothing. So, Mr. Vaz, if you're watching, and you should, because you learn when you come around here. It's not the third, the one that you're talking about in coming up next month. It's not the third, sir. It's probably the fourth or the fifth. But there was one in 2017 that you skipped, and you shouldn't skip it. You shouldn't skip it because now you make it political, because you talk about the PNP in 2011 and the PNP another time. If you don't talk about the JLP in 2017, if you're going to talk about political parties and their affiliation with the rural school bus program, then be honest, be fair, be open, be transparent. Talk about both parties.
Clearly and categorically, is that they have gotten the backlash from the people of Jamaica. And now they are using their bloggers to spread mischief and propaganda because they can't open their mouth again. These are the facts. The 110 buses will arrive in Jamaica between now and the end of July.
You hear that? You hear that? All of the buses could have been in Jamaica 6 days ago or 7 days ago. You hear that? And we're not sure if all of them are there right now. That's why we say we can't talk the words of a politician, especially when money is involved.
26 are here and 14 are being cleared tomorrow. That puts us at 40. And the rest of them will come on weekly shipments from Miami over the next 3 weeks. So that is a done deal. The cost is $1.4 billion. The $1.4 billion covers the cost of the buses, the inland transport to get them to the ports in Miami, the freight, sea freight from Miami to Kingston, the retrofitting of the doors, and also the refurbishing. It also covers 1 year maintenance, which is going to be done under the strictest conditions, similar to what the Department of Transport stipulates for the states in the 52 states. So we're not moving away from that. It also is going to have the technology of a cashless system, fare collection system, and each bus is going to have 5 cameras. One for the driver, one to look at the kids, one for the geofencing, and all of those will be accessible by the schools. And last but not least, there's a duty component that we have to pay when the buses arrive here, which is factored in it as well. So here is where the mischief comes about, based on what they are posting and putting out there. The government of Jamaica only pays for the buses when the buses are arrived in Jamaica, landed and cleared.
Okay.
That's when we pay for the buses. So right now, we have only paid or in the process of paying for the first 26 buses. So the invoice that is being circulated is for 26 buses out of 110. And
Here and now. Here and now, people. Here and now. Here and now.
what they are doing is dividing the 26 buses into the $1.4 billion because they are dunce,
Oh
they
my
are
God.
dark, and they are stupid.
Well, look on this fly-by-night,
They
pitch-by-day.
have only paid or in the process of paying for the first 26 buses. So the invoice that is being circulated is for 26 buses out of 110. And what they are doing is dividing the 26 buses into the $1.4 billion because they are dunce,
Oh
they
my
are
God.
dark, and they are stupid.
All right. Let me click into that. And I'm sure. Let me click into that. Let me play 2 more videos.
I promote 1 degree per household. They sent Daryl Vaz to speak on it. Daryl Vaz can't count past 10, so I don't know how he might go to 1 million. That's why I call him bucket stopper Vaz. They have to use like these bucket stoppers to count to 20. So you have to say 11, 12, 13, and 14, lick him chest when he reach 9. So I don't know how them send Daryl Vaz to come talk about costing. If me and Daryl Vaz do maths, 100% we're going to beat him. Because he can't do maths.
You repeat what you were saying?
Mr. Mackenzie is suggesting that there's a certain level of partisanry on the part of how you allocate certain benefits at the municipal level.
Mr. McKenzie cannot come to this on this platform and say anything like that. What I have done is what he was practicing when he was the mayor. When he was the mayor and he gets the funding from the ministry, he shares it in a 50, 100% basis. He gives the JLP 50% and they take 100%. And it is evident right now that is exactly what I'm doing.
Hold on. That maths doesn't sound right. If you get $100 million, him take 100% and get the PNP 50?
Get half of it.
No, that's not. No. Something
That's what he was doing.
No, but you can't have 150% or something, sir. How much would he
Right.
take and how much would he give the
If
PNP?
he gets $10 to share for the council,
Yes.
if the PMP would get 100 or $50 out of the $10, and his JLP will get $25.
But hold on. Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Arithmetic not right. Him get $10. Him get
All
totally
right.
$10.
Let me break it.
Yes, so you get $10 for
Yes.
spend, right? Total.
And the JLP get $5.
50%, yes? Yes.
Yes.
And the PNP and the JLP and the PNP would get how much?
The PMP gets, whenever time the PMP gets any money, whether $20 or $10, if they get $20, the JLP get $10.
Oh, so
If they get $10, the JLP get $5.
So it's 50-50 share it.
Right.
Oh.
People, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. Dr. Ben, you can't make this up in your part of the world and come from.
No, Jesus, I'm just going to say to myself, I no, but I hide my face. That is
And here where you them come from. And here where you them come from.
Oh
Near
my
you.
gosh. I feel pass this. Oh my goodness.
Let's go back to Mr. Vaz here. Dunce, dark and stupid, Mr. Vaz. Choose the words carefully. Dunce, dark and stupid. Because you said that them divide 1.4 by 26, the invoice. By the way, people, notice something. Notice something. There's an invoice, one invoice going around with 26 buses. 25 of them shipped from Miami, one from Port Canaveral. And if you notice something, you will notice this. Mr. Vaz never said that that invoice is a bogus invoice. Never said that. Never said it. So, by the absence of criticism, you have to take it as being valid. Because had it been a bogus one, that would be the first thing he would have said. It's bogus. And we have gone and we've looked at all 26. We've looked at the VIN numbers. So that's how we know the ages and we know the ages of the buses and we know where they were made, when they were made. We know all of this stuff, right? Now, he said that 5 cameras. A lot of these buses, some of these buses come with cameras already, except for the geofencing. And geofencing technology is dirt cheap in America. Dirt cheap. Now we mentioned, listen to this, people. He mentioned, don't make him talk and not listen to them things and not pay attention. No, pay attention. He mentioned 2 R's. He mentioned retrofitting and refurbishing. Retrofitting, he's saying, is to move the door from one side to the other side. Refurbishing sounds like you're going to go inside and you're going to put seats inside and you're going to do this and you're going to do all of them things. No, people, for crying out loud, why would you take taxpayers' money and go do that? Go buy old bus where now you have to come refurbish and retrofit. And by the way, if you're going to do that, these buses, they've been decommissioned. Don't make him telling you no foolishness. Saturday we're going to show you. They've been decommissioned. They're going to buy buses, right? And you go on a lot, and the man say, well, this bus here is 15 years old, and I'm selling this bus for 5,000. I have a lot of them. And if you're a good businessman, and Mr. Vaz, by the way, people, we have a people going to talk about who is Mr. Vaz. We have a file right here. And let's see that. Stay with me. Don't leave me. Mr. Vaz at one point was the chairman of the used car. It was a used car
Dealers Association.
Yeah, I spoke about Jeffrey.
Yes, he was the chair of the Jamaica Used Car Dealers Association. He used to bring in some used car.
Mr. Vaz was the founding president of the Jamaica Used Car Dealers Association. So he knew about used vehicle, No, here's the thing now. As he used to go Japan go buy the vehicles, I remember the deportees them. Him pioneer that thing there, Him and some people know pioneer that thing there.
Yes.
Here's the thing. You go up on a lot where the man have some old junk, right? And you go buy the junk. And you have a whole heap of junk. You don't make sense to say to them, say, watch here. How much? Here's how me would I negotiate. How much you want, boss? The man said $5,000 for a boss. You know me, I was with him. He said, hold on, how much you have on the lot? The man said, I have 15. Said, okay, you know what happened? I will take all 15. I'll clean up the lot for you. But here's what you have to do now. I'm not paying $5,000 per bus. I'm paying $2,000 per bus. And here's what happened. You need 5 cameras on the bus then. If you don't have 5 already, we need 5. And we need the tours them for move because we have to ship them out of state, we have to ship them out of the country. And we need them to be refurbished, and we need them to do all of this stuff. And then when they start saying, no, you say, listen, me have to pay for transport them buses and now to get to the port of Miami, So you have to meet me half here. You have to refurbish. That's how the deal starts. That's how you start out. Right? So why you would have want to come and go and then also why you would have take the buses go Jamaica and retrofit and refurbish when they would have get them done cheaper here in America? You would have get done. Go ahead.
I wanted to quickly inject this in it that he says that we did not pay for the buses until it comes to Jamaica.
Yeah, that's so who let go the buses them then? You take the buses them and when you reach Jamaica you pay me. The people who sold the buses, because I said people because not one person, they got paid. So the question is, how was Mr. Vaz able to secure the purchase and transportation of those buses to Jamaica without putting up a dime? Oh,
Mr. Rattigan.
Oh. Huh?
Mr. Rattigan. In the words of the former Minister of National Security, former Senator K.D. Knight, Darrell Vaz is a pathologically mendacious individual.
Mm-hmm. Well, listen, people, and here's the thing now. I'm getting word from inside the JLP, inside the belly of this dude, about what he did and how they feel about certain members feel about what he did. They won't come out on the platform and say, no, what he did was wrong, but privately, and it's not just him too. Again, it was the cabinet. Just like the rooms on the beach, it was the cabinet who sell out the hotel and the adjoining property valued at $13+ million, and they sold it for 7+, must be 7.2, 7.4. It was UDC, because UDC evaluated, okay, we'll sell it for 9, and then it went to cabinet, and next thing you know, the whole thing sold for 7+, right? Darrell Vaz was involved in that as well. He was involved in that, and the contractor general was highly critical of the role that Mr. Vaz played, along with the prime minister. Prime minister played a role in it too, along with the cabinet. So people, don't be fooled by this foolishness when they say the buses them coming and things like our whole buses them whole. The buses they've been retired. You know what them do them, but them say them cut up them buses and sell them as scrap metal. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. I think I have another video with him show off about the bus. Hold on. I want
to quickly say something. Yes, it was rooms on the beach were sold for 7.2. And also, we want to tell Mr. Vaz, since that we are dumb, dark, and fool, or something like that.
Dumb, dark, and stupid.
Dumb, dark, and stupid. We would love for you to take the opportunity to come and reason with Rattigan to explain why we are dumb, dark, and stupid. Because you obviously have some super abundance of intelligence that the Jamaican people don't know. And we don't want to deprive the Jamaican society of it, especially in the diaspora. So come on a program like Reason with Rattigan to elevate and to inform and educate the Jamaican people, because you're smart enough. We'd love for you to take the opportunity.
You know,
go ahead.
You know something? The views expressed on this program right now is the views of me, not the views of Reason Rattigan or the One Legal Jamaica Defense Foundation. It's me. I, Jeffrey Tavares. This little fly-by-night, pitch-by-day minister they call Darrell Vaz, who the only thing he knows to do is to sit in the parliament and disrespect the Jamaican people. That's the only job he has ever had. Everything that Darrell Vaz going to go bankrupt. And for you to be calling us the names that you're calling us, Mr. Vaz, you're not fit to be in the parliament. You're not even fit to run River and Dump. You're a disgrace. And as I said before, if it was any other modern democracy, prisoner miss you. Person don't miss you for what you're doing to poor people and the $1.4 billion of poor people money. Any other modern democracy, there'll be an investigation and you're stripped from a ministerial post. And person don't miss you. Well, what do you, Mr. Rattigan?
You know, the funny thing too, you know, he said that the safety standards are the standards implemented by the states as promulgated by the federal government for the 52 states. Mr. Vaz was a U.S. citizen, you know. And maybe that's why I forget to own the 50 states in America. We're not reach 52 yet. But somehow him add on 2 more. So people want to see what I deal with. Let me see if we can get any gems out of this one now.
One thing is saying that the buses have been decommissioned and are not fit and proper for the United States transport system. Bus transport system, rubbish. They have on the 25 inspection tags. And the reason why these buses come about is because there is a huge subsidy provided by the U.S. government of approximately $5 billion over the last few years to encourage the operators and manufacturers of these buses to change them out quicker rather than later and keep the fleet newer rather than older.
Okay.
So these buses have in a Cummins diesel engine that...
Hold on a second. Hold on. I can't make him get away with this. This money I can lie and spin. Yes, there was a subsidy, but people, when don't tell you that it was a subsidy to bring in electric buses. They said that there are so many dangers associated with the diesel buses that the government starts subsidize the school districts and say, listen, we want you to bring in electric buses so that we don't have the pollution that we have. But him don't mention that, you know. You know what I'm saying? He's bringing newer fleet. No, it's not a newer. It's not just newer fleet of a newer fleet, but a fleet of electric buses. I'm not telling you that. Come on, Mr. Vaz, man. Talk the truth where God love, man.
Have a lifeline of 500,000 miles.
That's a lot.
Not true.
And the fact of the matter,
what a wicked man. What a wicked man, but it must have like people see it on the screen right and say, no. The average mileage. You see them? For them retire a bus, and we're going to put out the whole chart. The average mileage for a school bus is 171,000, not 500,000, 171,000. And the average lifespan of a school bus is 13.6 years. I remember now, we are buy bus for 15 years old, you know. We are buy bus where a 2010. 15 years old, gone past the retirement age. That's why we don't pay no open money for them buses, because when the dealers them see ma come, or when I have them buy it at the auction, I'm going to show that an article where the man buy them same buses are $3,000 to $5,000 the man buy them for. One man, not a government, you know, where I buy 110. The man come to about 500. It's this man him can't spin nothing run us, you know. The only thing he do run us so spin he must spin out of control.
matter is that the highest mileage on any of these buses, which average at 10 years old, is 160 or 170,000 miles. These buses will do 15,000 to 20,000 miles a year. So if you multiply that or divide that, we will have 10 years or 10 to 15 more years of life on the oldest bus, on the highest mileage bus.
Mr. Vaz, you can tell that to the people you consider to be dark, to be dumb, dark, and stupid. You can tell that to them. So it's Rona, so we will take him to being dark as we're dark skinned. But the part about dumb and stupid, we're not going to take that. We're not taking that. See me again.
You know, in Jamaica, they have a saying, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Well, in this case, after all the talk and all the negatives by the opposition, we have a school bus that has been operating in Portland for 9 weeks now. 9 weeks of uninterrupted service to the children. 2 trips in the morning, 2 trips in the evening, and sometimes a third, depending on whether it is necessary. Over 10,000 students in Portland have accessed and benefited from this one bus over the last 9 weeks. So we have not only the inspections that have been done, we have.
Hold on a second, Minister Vaz. How you get 10,000 people benefiting from one bus for 45 days? How you get that? You sound like, with no disrespect, you sound like the mayor. Where him said the JLP get 50% out of the money and the PNP get 100% out of the money. That's what you sound like now. 10,000 students, over 10,000 students, one bus, 45 days. How that possible, sir? The biggest bus. Make do the maths, people. Make do the maths. Make do the maths. Bear with me now. Yeah, somebody listening. All right. Yeah, remember, go back to the point where Jamaicans make. Jamaicans make the point that him say that the buses are paid for when they get to Jamaica. All right, hear this now. Hear this now. To ship a vehicle from the United States, you must provide a bill of sale, the original title, and a U.S. Customs export declaration. The vehicle must be fully paid off. You cannot export a vehicle that still has a lien unless you have a notarized lien release from the lender. U.S. Customs requires these documents to be submitted at least 72 hours before export for approval. So how him get, this is U.S. law. So how him get it now that him get the buses out of America and him not pay no money until them reach it? So how the buses them pay for?
He's Donald Trump's son.
How the buses them pay for? What we could do the maths now? You know the people. Me not so bright, but the one thing I can't tell another one. The people who matter dumb and stupid, and not me that him attack. Dark on me, but dumb and stupid. And even dark, I kind of resent the term still, Coming from him, I kind of resent the term. Resent the term. Just want you to know that you need to put some clothes on your speech. Like what is it now? It makes it and it betrays a certain mentality in Jamaica, which countenance. But him say 45. Him say 45 days, right? One bus and 10,000 students. Now the biggest bus them have is a bus that carry 90 students. Now that bus that can't traverse Portland, can't run in a Portland. But let us say yes, it's in a Portland. So it all carried 90 students 3 times a day, and we'll give him 3. Him say sometimes 3 times, but we'll give him 3 times. 3 nines are 27. That's 270 students a day, right? So you got 270, right? And a 45 days. That's when that's when you hear me talk about 12,000 and things like that. That's when you hear me talk about 270 times, and actually it's more than that because it's 27 times 2, 270 times 2 times 45. But here's the problem with it now. I just see him pick them. I just see him 270 pick 3 9 20. I just see him 270 pick them a carry. It's not a different 270 every time them go. It's the same 270. Him cannot get 12,000. And in fact, you know what? In a parliament, I think him said 12,000. It's more than 12,000. No, in this him says 10,000. The man are constantly a change. Constantly a change. And people not paying attention to him, I say. You need to pay attention to him, I say. Because that's the only way you can say to him, Mr. Vaz, I think you've made a mistake. One way or the other. Is it more than 10? Is it more than 12? Which one is it? Is it 1 year service or 3 year service? Which one is it? Is it free or is it $100 a day? Which one is it? There we go.
An actual bus to judge the performance, which has been exemplary. So
if it's exemplary, what make you take out the rest of them and go and say, we're not going to test them out? And by the way, We never test them out, because we see we not fly down the road like on a Itagota style and a campaign, a campaign pan bus on the buy for the picnic them. We should have paid the picnic them. We should have paid because some of them buses not gonna make it to September when school opening. They're not gonna make it. We know that. Them not going to make it. Well, we see them not make it already. So them not make it already. Some of them can't turn the corner. Some of them stuck in a hole. Some of them the tire bust up because the tire them rusty. What's next? Oh, forget, some of them lick all car, lick all vehicle.
The people them can't drive it.
Yeah. Come on, Mr. Vaz, MP, Minister Vaz. With all due respect, sir, you're wrong on that one. Yeah. You did wrong on the Blue Mountain thing where you want pull off a little scam there. The one where you don't want to build some cottages up and things like that on government land. You did wrong on that. And them call you out. You did wrong on the beach. Rooms on the beach. And you're wrong on that one, yeah. And you're wrong on a whole heap of other things, but we're not going to really get at that right now.
Again, I'm just not understanding why the opposition is hell-bent on trying to tear apart this transformative initiative, and I dare say one of the most transformative since independence. Long overdue, should have been done. Any self-respecting country must have a proper school bus system if it is that we are to give the kids the opportunity to maximize their potential.
You notice something, people?
Behavior towards this initiative.
You notice something, you will never hear him talk about price. You'll never hear him say, I pay this much for the bus, this is how much for ground transportation, this is how much for freight, this is how much for the government concession. You will never hear him say, well, put it this way, we haven't heard it so far. And him say, him have the paperwork, but we haven't gotten it yet. We haven't gotten it yet. Minister, you need to come clean. You need to come clean. Because you take the money from taxpayers and you go buy a whole bus, and we know the money, you don't spend all of that money on the buses. We know that. We know that. Ray Charles can say that. And then on top of that, you turn around up on the sufferer them who you take them money if you go buy a bus and tell them to them have to pay them pick the ride the bus. So there's money making coming and there's money making going. Come on, Mr. Vaz, man. Minister Vaz, come on, man. That's why we're dumb, dark, and stupid. And we believe it. Years are over. Over. You cannot use
fireworks.
You cannot use when a red man or a white man.
Rattigan, something up with your audio now.
You find some shot in there, man.
Yeah, we are in a lot of noise.
Back foot.
I know me, Jeffrey.
No, it's not. It's me. Fireworks. It's fireworks. Sorry.
Fireworks. Oh, okay. More money I waste again. If a government fire the fireworks, I'm more wasted money. But that's all right. But make we hear what him say right also.
Which is one of the most transformative policy initiatives.
It is one of the most wickedest transfer of wealth. That's what it is. You take the poor people money and you give who you forget in America some money, and the rest of it we don't know where it goes. One thing we know for sure, we know that 1.4 million Jamaican dollars wasn't spent in America. We know that. We know that. So you need to come and give an accounting. I am calling on the Auditor General to start dig up all part of you and ask you for the receipts. Them you have to give with the receipt. And by the way, don't give no bogus receipts, because over in America, we're good on that, We're good on figuring out when things bogus, We don't know about Jamaica. We know about over here, so we're good on that. Because if you giving a bogus thing, we are going to find out, and the person who you give who facilitate the bogus thing to you so you can get away, they might have some serious problems. Mark my words. Here we go.
Since independence is downright evil, wicked, and bad mind on steroids, and they must not be allowed to get away with it. Let me just go back in history. The JLP under Mike Henry tried to introduce a rural school bus system in 2011. We lost the election and Omar Davis locked it down. We had 230 buses that we were going to bring over 4 years with the first set of 65. And it was cancelled, the order for the 65, and it was scuttled on the basis that it was unsustainable and not affordable. In 2013, JUTC tried to do the same thing by putting 20 buses as a pilot for rural school bus. Again, scuttled and locked down by the PNP. So this will be the third attempt.
All right, so
3 weeks. So that is a done deal. The cost is $1.4 billion. The $1.4 billion covers
Himalaya.
the cost of the buses.
No, Himalaya.
That you would have heard me say before. Tom drunk, but Tom not fool. Never you ever underestimate the people of Jamaica.
Yeah.
They may not have the educational background by getting them diploma and getting them certificate and going to university and going to high school. They are not stupid. They know how to assess, and they have something called common sense, which is not common. Only a few of us have common sense.
You hear that? You hear that? Only a few of us have common sense. As you would have say, hear that? So I want to pay attention to that. Only a few of us. Him say, some of we not have no degree, and most Jamaicans don't have a degree, don't have a university degree. Most Jamaicans do not. And very few, according to the minister of us in Jamaica, very few of us have common sense. So you understand now when him say, hold on, dunce, dark, and stupid. You don't understand where that come from. Because you don't have no degree and you don't have no common sense. Read between the lines and read the lies. You see what the man I tell you now? So the man that's why I can't take 1.4 billion and go buy all dirty bus and come back and sell them as new. And that's why Prime Minister can't say, well, the buses are new to Jamaica. You never have them before. They're new to you. That's why them can't tell you them things, my people. That's why them can't tell you them things about them can't get where.
The rest of us have diplomas and big degrees. I don't have none, you know. I have zero.
We never get a degree from Miami-Dade Community College.
Zero. So the only thing I have is common sense, and that is what drives.
You hear it again, people. Have common sense. Very few Jamaicans have common sense. Very few Jamaicans have diplomas. And him one of them with common sense. So I'm going to use him common sense power now.
Drives me to do what I do and do it well.
Why is it that, I don't know, there seems to be something about these people of a certain class that they feel like they can just say whatever comes to mind to others without any consequence, without any consideration. Them can just say whatever comes to mind, and them can lie. Oh, talk about lie. Look on this one here.
Farmers. But where there will be, and Minister Green announced it, a new agro-park in St. Anne. And there is a program. Not only did we start implementing a reservation in all agro-parks and in any land provided for young people, for farmers. Since 2022, we have put in place a reservation first of 20% for young people, and then by 2024 they had surpassed the 20% reservation and were at 22% of all agricultural lands held by young people. So now he implemented a new policy to say that 25% of all new parks must be reserved for young people, women, and persons with disabilities. So there is a clear and concerted effort to not only grow the sector for the big man or the big woman, as the case may be, but to ensure that young people, women, and persons with disabilities all are able to have the piece of what is a growing pie, because the pie is growing under this administration. I also want to just make clear that in the AgroPark Youth Startup Program, there is a special 50% discounted rate for the first 2 years for young people, so that they have better entry into the program. They offer 5-year leases across the piece, but young people are allowed to pay 50% of the lease for the first 2 years. This is a fantastic way to demonstrate that you are intentional and that you are committed to making sure that more young people enter agriculture. The issue of onions was referred to, and I just want to again put some facts on the table. And this is why I called out to Senator Morris in trying to bring a roadside argument to the level of a parliamentary assertion, in saying that there was corruption in that fertilizer. You said you were walking. You said I walk the streets and I have the conversations. That's what you said. That's what you said. I am using your words. Sorry, Mr. President, but I was using her words, not my words, her words. She tried to dismiss my assertions by saying she knows it because she has been walking in the streets and talking with the people. Those are not my words. No. You know, you are attaching meaning that doesn't exist. That is not what I am saying is, that for the 4-year period, because there was an assertion about importing more onion. This government from 20
Senator Allen and Senator Morris, Senator Brown.
And this is why I'm saying you cannot just tell me that somebody said to you and therefore you say, and somehow it sits in Hansard.
Hold a second. Senator Brown, Senator Allen, and Senator Morris. Senator Brown said when one person is speaking, stick to the standing order and let us have the speaker speak in silence. So I would ask that the three of you practice, follow Senator Fraser Beans. Senator Fraser Beans. All right.
Mr. President, I just want to, I'm almost at the close of my responses. Mr. President stated that 66% were interested in agriculture. I'd made that help with productivity, Mr. President. So we really have to, since it was introduced by the president of Guyana, farmer or a produce farmer, in everyone by saying that it is clearly high profit.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. So it's short. There any?
I try.
All right, just hold a second, Senator Brown. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Golding Campbell raised a proposed amendment to a clause that had also been referenced earlier, and there's therefore an amendment being proposed to clause 3B. I'm just suggesting that when you reach there, we take that, but
Okay.
Other than that, we could likely proceed en bloc.
All right, so I put clauses.
The threshold
I'm gonna try to find something out, people.
and in fact existed with the ministry to check if it's.
All right. Yes.
With that proposal, our opposition to the clause goes. That's the way the cut and trust goes. But I thank you, Senator, for the proposal.
All right. Those in favor? Were made before, and I.
appears that there are some amendments. I don't know if, but regrettably, I'm not
Well,
sure if
fine.
anyone received them because I'm only just
Remember
receiving
this.
them. Thankfully, they don't seem complicated, but.
All right, so
I'm going to find. There's one here where she got really upset and she started cuss out Senator Bunting, and we'll show that Saturday. You'll get a chance to see that. I couldn't let her leave though without playing this one.
Something. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
All right. That means the Jattemison must leave her alone.
You want to be the next one, so that will never happen. Can't you serve the Jamaican people? That will never happen.
This lady is no, man. Them tell the people and feed that, and that is the thing. And them tell you that. Oh, say, all right, sit down. Them say, for the 10,000 when Mr. Vaza talk about, them say it would have to do 167 trips per day to serve 10,000 students. 106 with one bus. Carla, good night. Good morning. Welcome to Come Reason.
Hi, Mr. Rattigan. Good night. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
Very well, thanks. Dr. Ben, how are you?
I'm good.
Dr. Ben, can you hear me? How are you?
Yeah, man, I'm good. I'm hearing you.
Okay, very well. And Jamaica, I didn't see Jeffrey. Mr. Rattigan, just a few things I might have to say. Narcissistic people don't know how to exit in silence, because silence express what they are trying to hide: the insecurity, the fear. They need to be validated. That's why they talk over you, why they always interrupt, why they exaggerate every truth that you spit. It's not about truth, it's about control. That's what they're looking. The louder they are, the more they hope you will stop paying attention to what's real. They don't want to be corrected, they want to be praised. And when they don't get it, they turn up the volume. But don't match it, don't feed it. Your calmness, your quietness, your refusal to react, now that's power, Mr. Rattigan. Real strength don't perform, it stands firm. Let them make noise, but you stay grounded, because your silence says what they're shouting never will. They're loud for a reason, not because they're strong, but they're scared. You are seeing right through them. Now, I have a question for you, Mr. Rattigan. I was going through my papers and I saw something here. I believe it happened a year ago or a year and a half ago. Do you recall the gentleman? I don't know if he was a member of parliament who he went someplace down the country and the vehicle went over the cliff and they found him hanging.
Oh, yeah.
Has that ever come to pass?
Okay, that gentleman was the number 2 person in the corrections department. So he left all the way from Kingston and just decided he was going to drive off of Spurtree Hill. And when he pinched himself and found out that he was still alive, and I'm just being facetious, him jump out of the car and say, wait, me not dead yet? All right, I'll make sure I'm dead. And him go find a tree and hang himself. You're right. That thing, they claim that there's no foul play. And you know who said all this? The man who's now in charge of the police department in the Turks and Caicos, none other than Mr. Fitz what's name?
Bailey.
Fitz Bailey.
Yeah, he said that. So to answer your question, that case is closed because they're saying that there's no foul play. It's suicide.
It really leaves me stunned, because the car, was it our understanding that the car did go over that cliff?
Yes.
Yes, it did.
And so how did he walk away and Maybe he's Superman. Mr. Rattigan, let me go back and watch your show.
All right. Thanks for calling. Take care.
Okay, sir.
All right. Bye-bye. Thanks very much. All right. I'm gonna wrap it up here now. Dr. Ben, jump in, man. You're quiet. It's like you just absorb this as like a sponge. You just sucking everything.
Yeah, man, just watching and learning. So much. When I'm on the program, that's this is where I get my information as it relates to politics. Because that's one topic that I'm not very knowledgeable on at all. So when I come, I just have to listen. But it was a good show, wonderful show. I wanted to just share two things before I go. One of them is that last week we spoke about our nitric oxide. We spoke about the benefit of nitric oxide, and I didn't share it on the program, but we had actually we have our nitric oxide product that we had launched, and for this Independence Day, I said to persons, read up on nitric oxide, read up on the benefit of nitric oxide. We had a discount coupon that I wanted to just give to members of the show that are watching, which gives about 45% on it. So I'm gonna post it and just hope that it's valid until next week, Wednesday, 12 p.m. next week, 12 a.m. next week, Wednesday. So persons can just take advantage of it. And what they're going to get is 3 bottles of nitric oxide at 45% discount, because I really would want persons to take it and just share the benefit of it, so that persons can know of its benefit.
Okay.
So I'm going to find the code, and I'm going to paste it in the chat for persons who can post it. And also our libido that we spoke about, there it is.
Algeria?
There it is.
That's it?
Yes, so that's it. Carlton Robinson has the code. Oh, wonder Carlton get it so quick.
It's the one that certain people.
Yes. Right. So
Tigo.
So we're sending
Tigo,
up,
this is a drink, Tigo. This is a drink.
Yeah, we're shipping some up this week. So if you go to the website now and try to order, you'll know this is out of stock, because and I'm gonna try to limit it, because some persons want like 1 case, and at this point we just want everybody to benefit from it.
See?
So
Six.
we have it in packs of 6. So we limit everybody to 6, so 6 bottles for now. I know one person who is on the show, Sam earlier on, he got a whole case, and then most persons want 1 case, 2 case. So I'm gonna limit it to just 6
Hold on there,
bottles.
Dr. Ben. Hold on a minute. Is one bottle you must drink one time, eh?
Yeah, 1 bottle.
There
For
you
some
go.
persons,
See?
we ask them to start with half bottle.
Half bottle. Thank you, sir. Hold on 1 second. Caller, welcome. Good morning.
Hi, bless up, Mr. Ratti.
Yes, sir. Bless up. Talk to me.
Bless up, man, and your panel. Let's sit back down and me looking at one of them bus, right?
Yes.
And the problem when we say where the front end of the bus they go, I sit down in our 18-wheel right now, because I drive 18-wheel for about 20 years.
Okay.
That front wheel where you see bus out in the bus, it no matter how much new tire they put on that. That truck have a front, that bus have a front end problem. Right? Drag link, tie rod, and all kind of stuff happen to the bus. Right? So the best I see their driver where you put in it don't make no difference. Right?
Front end.
Bus have a front end. That is why you say the inside of the tire. When I look at it, I said to myself, hold on there. All that hair they look like it wear on the inside. You know what I'm saying? So you see from the button start wear on the inside, it could be a drag link, it could be a kingpin. Right now, I'm sitting in my 18-wheel. And I have the same issue right now where I have to go, when I pick up the kingpin, then I go do the repair. Because it have an inside wear.
I just want you to be safe out there, because you know what the problem is. So
right, so them boss not ready for children yet. God forbid one of them go down the hill and that blow. So
full of picnic.
Yeah, full of children and the kingpin collapsed and broke off by the juggling. Accident did happen right there, so trust me.
All right, well, nothing about you.
Bless up.
Nothing about you. You see the same problem.
No, well, my one kind of address just start, so me know.
Okay.
20 odd years me had with, so me know. Okay. Do my own repair. Auto mechanic as well.
Okay. All right, you know what? Give me your impression about the buses then. The one where you see the problem with the tire, but give me your impression because you're there and you drive something similar to this, right? Give me your sense of what you think about them buses.
What me think about the bus?
Yeah.
All right, let me tell you about them bus there right now. What we do with them bus there right now, honestly speaking, at the era which part it there, what you call it there, the mileage already up in the mileage because him said the listening man him said the bus have 100,000 miles.
Yes.
The bus them good at 200,000 miles. So you have another 50,000 miles and it done. Them already done. Right? Because up here, so what we do with them do with the bus is cut them and use them carry watermelon. So we call them watermelon bus. See, so when we got produce, go pick up produce. That's watermelon, cantaloupe, squash, and so forth. That's where them use them, but if you carry, cut it, and then the rest of them keep them as storage. Put store in it. You understand? So, them done.
Most them done.
Them done. It's just the reality. It's just the reality of the truth. You have a good things to do, but you do it messed up because you get all bust.
And that's a good point to raise. Let me be absolutely clear in saying that we have no issues. In fact, we support the rural school bus program. We just disagree with the process and we disagree with the implementation.
And then why would you go get some left-hand drive vehicle bus?
There you go.
They are not cars, they are bus. Carry blind spot. You understand? With a whole lot of what you call it, tail end. That when they go up the hill, because we don't have the road for it. When they go up, that is why you see one of them each underneath the ground and stuck.
Right.
Right? And then you carry left-hand drive vehicle. Right? Which we don't drive on the left. Right? So you got a left-hand drive vehicle, and then when you do it now, there's a whole lot of blind spot, right? It proves the accident. It's just the reality of the truth.
All right. Let me ask you a question. What's your name, by the way?
Anthony, man.
All right, Anthony. Let me ask you, somebody told me that travel like on flat surfaces, like Florida, for example, where you have a whole heap of hills, that you can't use those buses like in a place like Utah or Montana or places like that because of the differential.
Yeah, because the differential, figure the Montana and so forth, you have a higher ratio with the drive shaft. The differential, the differential have a high ratio. That means it have a hill ratio. Now, the one that you have now, Florida now, will have a lower ratio because Florida have more flat.
So, if a bus, if you don't know where the bus, if you don't get the bus and you don't know where the bus come from, you don't know the differential. And let us say get a Florida bus and you try use a Florida bus in a port, the hills, you're going to have a problem.
Yeah, all right, listen. Now, me hear that them say the bus come from Chicago. That's what I hear. Now, if it come from Chicago, you have to think about the snow and the salt. Not the snow, but the salt. So when it comes to the salt, it's where the salt, right? When you wash a vehicle, bus, truck, you're not going up underneath the panel to wash out under the engine and between, right? So what happened? That salt, pitch up underneath and call it for some rust, right? So then you're going to probably have the springs, which is the tension upon it, right? Maybe start leaky already. They trust the baby start decay because the rust work on small stuff. You understand? And then that give it a while, little by little, after a while, things start fall apart.
Okay, so the buses because they come from up in the snow belt, then and you got this the salt, but the salt when used on the road. You can't get rid of some of that, and then when you carry to Jamaica and that mixing again with the salty here in Jamaica.
It's already mixing because when them take it off of the road, and I like them go detail it down and clean it up and ready for sell because they never ready for sell, they're ready for going to the farm. Maybe the reason why they get so much of it because everybody has scattered now, so the immigrant them are run on the field now, so they can't get to sell them, so them get them.
Okay. In your experience and your estimation, how much do you think at 2010 school bus with over 170,000 miles? If you know, if you have any
2,500 to 6,000.
2,500 to 6,000.
Yeah, give and take.
That sounds just like what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that it's somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, that's why I made you the word give and take. Right. You may get one for 6,000.
Right. And people, I want to know, so me I try to get a free bus now because we know a man who have a free bus and we see no call him tomorrow because more going to take a test drive off of the one we live too far from me.
But Mr. Ratty, what happened with them bus there now? Mainly, Asian buy them in and pack them and send them at 18. Yeah, all right. When they pack them with like everything. Whether the mattress, stove, everything.
Oh, that's what you mean. That's what you mean.
And then they ship the whole thing at 80.
Oh, so it's like okay. It's like them use it as storage to ship all of the things that they want.
Yeah, man. Get them for $2,500, $1,500, $2,500, and give and take depends on how it look. You may get $6,000, and then just buy it and then ship things in it.
No, based on the exchange rate, the money that Minister Vaz received. But we know where the money comes from. We have to explore that issue there. And based on all of that, it turning out that each bus can get $80,000 for each bus. 110 bus are 1.4 billion divided by 84, and then you do the exchange rate, come up to about $80,000 per bus. That's all. No, tell me, that must sound like highway robbery, man.
Well, if a robbery. But then listen now, after the bus coming up, you have to remember now, there's a garage after you set up to do the works. Right?
Right.
Now what you need to do now is track and see who own the garage. The service department.
Go up. We also want to track and see who have the contract for parts.
But the same people who are going to do the servicing eventually are going to deal with possibly the parts.
Okay.
Right? So that's where the money are going to come now, because when the chop break, when the bus break, the money is going to come in now to give that individual, which is another kickback.
We just want to thank you for calling.
It's not a speculating or something we know.
We trust your judgment, because you do this for so long. You're on the road, so you see what's going on.
It's a disaster already for them, man. They're not good. They're not ready.
Well, I just hope to God and I pray that nothing happens to the people.
I pray that, but the only thing I'm going to say, the honest truth is, if some of the peers can afford it, put a life insurance for your children.
Wow. You hear that?
Because first of all, you don't have no hospital.
That's another thing, so. Right, anyway, my brethren, I tell you what, just be safe out there. And
yeah, man, respect, man.
And thanks for the support.
Bless up, man. Jeffrey?
Yes, sir.
Must leave.
No, I'm there.
I'll listen, make we talk every day, you know, you can't go on.
All right, man. Thanks much.
And me no stop following in, although me a night man, where listen at night time, listen at daytime, drive mostly at night.
Okay.
Okay.
So, be blessed.
All right, my
All
brother.
right, man. Cool, cool.
People don't hear it, you know. When you hear it, so this is a disaster waiting to happen, you know. And the disaster start happening already. Like, there's a lot of blind spots, you know. Because bus drivers in America tell me that, you know. That when you drive a left-hand drive bus in a place where them drive on the right.
Left.
Right. So them say when you have the left-hand drive bus, you know people drive on the left hand. Them say it's just a matter of time before you have a disaster. Just a matter of time before you have a disaster.
And I hope, God forbid, if it should happen to one of the kids them in a school bus, God forbid, Mr. Rattigan move this out of the way now when I finish with this.
Oh. What? Oh, you want Dr. Ben show the product?
No. It's done already.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to a question.
Hold on 1 second, Doc. What's your question? I'll make it get from you.
Short question. Is that drink for female as well?
No.
No, for male. Male is male it's for men 40 or older. Mostly design.
Only men?
What is there something for women?
Yeah, we do have something
for women, Doc.
We have something for women, but it's and that's on our site. If you go on our website,
No, Doc, you can't provide for the men alone. We need it too. Let's come up with one for women soon, Doc. Good night.
So most of the time, the women them say they all right, and the man them always want more power.
Like
but we have something for women, and then I say what I'll do with Ratty's permission is when we do come out, I'll put together some discount for the persons on the show. That will encourage more persons to come on the show. So we'll have some coupons that we give out at the end of the show where persons can use them. So they get discounts. So those who are on the show get those discount coupons.
Good idea.
So that's another reason. That's another reason to come and reason with Rattigan, because you're also now going to get discount coupons only on the show that you can use to get better price.
Different than that too. If you don't know how him can get the discount, no, that different than that.
Yeah. So we have as I said, I've limited them now to about 6 bottles. Because I wasn't doing that. So when they come and done, I'll 2 persons just get everything. So I wanted just selling them. Because 2 persons or 3 persons just get buy. One guy would buy like 3-4 cases. And because it's heavy, I can't send too many cases. So when they go up, 2 or 3 persons get it. That's not fair. We want everybody to experience it. So we limit it to 6, so more persons can get it. So we have finished, but we have some more coming up. By now a weekend or now next week, it takes about 3 days to reach there.
Right. Jeffrey, see what Elaine put that thing. She said, I have to be very careful, because they accuse me of selling PNP t-shirts. I know they want to accuse me of selling Dr. Ben Boost.
So now I wanted to just jump back, if I can, to that question about the tier meniscus, and then that's gonna be it for me.
This is the question. You see it? You see the question?
What is good for meniscus tear? Right.
Oh, see it right also.
Right. So that's basically trauma. So once that happens, and that part of the body heals pretty quickly. So one thing you want to do is rest. So you want to rest the area first of all. You want to use ice because it's the cells that make that part of the body is very elastic. They're like rubbery. So you want to rest them. You want to ice them, and you want to basically use any type of anti-inflammatory herbs. There's a whole host of Jamaican herbs. So herbs like cowfoot leaf is one of the herbs that I would recommend highly. It helps to get rid of the inflammation, because what the problem you're going to have during that time is pain. So herbs that are good for relieving pain, anodyne herbs, those are the herbs you want to use. But resting is also going to be very important because it needs time to heal. It will heal on its own, but if you're not careful, it can heal, and there's no range or motion in the movement. So you also want to do physiotherapy as well. But it is something that will heal pretty well.
Okay. All right. Before we go, Doc, I just want the two things, and then we just say, or we just call it a day, I guess. We'll call it a night. But I want to put this thing here. Wait there, OT. Oh, it's this one here. Yeah.
Presents Vintage Stars, Saturday, August 23rd at the Police Officers Club, Hope Road, starring Ken Booth, Charlie Chaplin, Josie Wales, Junior Cat, Admiral Bailey, Jem Myers, and Robert Sargent. Tickets available at Derek Harriet's, Twin Gate Plaza, Footprints Cafe and Restaurant, 5 Belmont Road, LaShawn Supermarket, formerly John R. Wong, New Kingston, Police Officers Club, Hope Road, Portmore Mall Pharmacy, and Genus Pharmacy, Portmore. So that's Vintage Stars. Don't miss it. Be there. Vintage Stars.
The people that's our dear friend, Mr. Hugh Wildman's event coming up.
Okay. Met
Yeah.
him when we had the event.
Same place, yeah, at the run. So the next door, the Police Officers Club. So people go out and support that. And I'm going to play this video because I want we all watch it. So like I said, I start the program with it. I'm going to finish the program with it, but I don't want to play it and then people leave. I want to play it so that people, particularly those who joined us late and didn't get a chance to experience this video. I don't say experience it. If you haven't seen this video, it's going and you're a true Jamaican. You don't have to be a Jamaican, but particularly if you're a Jamaican, this thing going to hit you real hard. Nostalgic. Here we go.
As children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learned about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people, a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for our beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, man, touched every time I see it. Every time I see this video. Every time I see this video. Jamaicans, what do you have to say before we go?
Nostalgia is the word that comes to mind when you watch video over and over. I never
Can't hear you.
hearing me now?
Yeah.
Nostalgia is the word that comes to mind each time you watch this video, no matter how much time you watch it. And I thank you for continuously playing it, because I believe that we can all identify somewhere in this video that we know. And, you know, it brings back a piece of memory. And here in our national pledge, it means that we have a great duty and a task as Jamaican people. Whether you're here locally or in the diaspora, we're all Jamaicans. And we get affected by every single thing that happens in Jamaica. This time and period that we're living in, it is not by accident, but by design. It's predestinated by the Almighty that we are able to see the change that needs to happen in our country. The paradigm has to switch, and do remember that you play a part in it. Every comment, every talk, every donation, every reaching out to a family member, every educating, every preservation of life, from Dr. Ben to tell you about medicine and our plant and our food is our medicine. It makes sense in the great puzzle of life. I say thank you ever so much for inviting me back home. Thank you for being that voice in the diaspora about, you know, better governance, and you have been constant and consistent. And we ask that the Jamaican people not just listen to the information, but put it in practice. I am standing up as the president of the National Hospitality Workers Union, a journey that has started. And I know that, as the Persian poet Rumi said, start your fire and seek those who fan your flame. And I've been getting persons to fan my flame, and I will continue, because this fight is not for me, but it's for the thousands of Jamaicans who needs to be free mentally. So let us not just reflect on independence, but reflect on who we are as Jamaican. As the poet wrote, which Mr. Rattigan read from, was truly inspiring. So I say thank you again, everybody. Looking forward to more conversation. And I ask that you hold me and the team responsible, accountable for every action. And we ask for your support however you can. Thank you for a night of information, learning as always. Rattigan's University shall be singing in all corridors of Jamaica and the globe. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Dr. Ben.
Yeah, another wonderful show. Thank you for the opportunity to be on. I will thank everyone that was on, all the inputs, all the comments, all the questions, because they contributed well. I hope that we will continue to just strive to seek for the best of this island, because if we don't fight for it, nobody else will. So wonderful show, and see you all next week, same time.
All right. Well, let me just say thanks to all of you. Thanks to wonderful panel, Dr. Ben, Jamaicans, Jeffrey. Thanks to the wonderful audience and for participating, the callers, the questions, and certainly last but not least, our hardworking producer, OT. Promise
Big up OT.
But she'll go to bed early tonight. But OT, she knows me. Once I'm on a roll, you should see her in the message she send me. I say, hey. I say, OT, I'm on a roll. Can't stop now. So OT, big up yourself. And again, people, thanks for tuning in. And don't forget, Rattigan University is open and in full swing on Saturday. Because come Saturday, we're going to show you, we're going to go back and touch the boss a little bit more because we cannot let them get away with all of this money. We're going to show you some things about our Prime Minister. And those of you who have not read if you have not read his affidavit, if you have not read Craig Beresford's affidavit, if you have not read the court's decision, if you have not read the Integrity Commission's report, if you haven't read those 4 things, you're in for a treat. You're in for a really, really good treat. And I suspect that not many of you have read all 4. And there's some other documents as well. We're going to go through the documents, and we're going to do an analysis, and we're going to summarize. And when we're done, I think you're going to be convinced that the Prime Minister we have is there to lead, to serve, has failed us and has proven himself to be unworthy of that office. So join us this Saturday. We're going to explore this and more. Take care of yourself. Be well. Let's throw out OT. Give us some music, OT.